Hello and welcome everyone to Titan Esports Conqueror League Finals. There are two teams for that championship are Cosmos Wings and Queen's Revenge. I'm Crims. I will be doing the color, and with me on the desk is Hyper doing your play-by-play. Hyper, how you doing?
Dude, I am doing fantastic. It's been a good day. I don't got to work tomorrow. And on top of that, I get to cast a finals game. And luckily enough, I get to cast it right here, Titan Esports. But everybody got so excited for finals, they started to start the draft without us. Kind of going through those first picks and bans pretty quickly, taking their time with the second round.
Yeah, I know we kind of jumped halfway into this draft. They definitely are itching to fight in this game here. Some notable things we have the Seraphine on Queen's Revenge and the Yumi on Cosmo Wings. It's the battle of the OP supports here. Who will eventually win? That is the question. So, Yumi Ezreal is a strong combo as well as the Caitlyn Lux. And man, these are a battle of classic bot lane duos. I'm excited to see who will eventually take that win here. And now into the second round, we have available these solo lanes to be picked up here. Very traditional draft, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
I mean, you say the solo lanes, but I feel like Cosmo Wings kind of set themselves up with the pulling the Udyr out, whereas Queen's Revenge kind of a little bit more patient. They decided to opt for taking that Lux right off the board with Cosmo Wings, showing their jungler early, so give them a little bit extra time to decide how they were going to counterplay that, and they're going to choose Kindred out of all of those possible picks that they can play into Udyr, and I do like Kindred, but with that being said, Queen's Revenge is kind of got a really squishy comp right here, and Cosmo Wings with that set lock in are starting to look like a frontline iron wall, so to say, defending this Ezreal, who's just going to be zipping in and out of team fights.
Yeah, Ezreal's going to be skirting around being an annoying little bee, and the Victor going to be supplying that AoE damage. Queen's Revenge, all right, they're going to pile on double engage Orin Seraphine combo. Looking mighty potent here, so we're going to have to look out for that. The Kindred is a very interesting pick. Probably the most interesting pick of this entire draft here is going to help them survive if they get engaged on, but the set definitely can bring someone out of that AoE preventing from dying and then turn that right around into a kill. So interesting picks all around. And this Kindred, I think, is going to be the defining pick of the game. If it works, it's going to be good. If it doesn't work out, it's going to be really hard for Queen's Revenge to win the first game here.
I mean, I do agree with what you're saying, but even still, Queen's Revenge kind of got a nasty wombo combo with those ultimates. You have call the Forge God from the Ornn leading the charge, both literally and metaphorically. You pile that on with that encore from Seraphine. You layered that with the Lux ultimate, and it's the CC followed up by really huge damage coming from Lux, especially when she gets the late game when that ultimate's like on a 20-second cooldown. She can just, lead with that, split the team fight, and then use your Ornn and Seraphine to engage on the rest of it. And meanwhile, you have Kindred protecting the Ornn with her ultimate. And then you got Caitlyn in the background just laying down the artillery with all the range in the world. So I do like their comp, but at the same time, I don't know. Like you said with the set, Cosmo Wings just has a couple more tools in their kit to stop whatever engage they don't like, or to just not let them play the game they want to play.
Yeah, Queen's Revenge has a very front to back team fighting comp here. They're going to want to keep it very simple, have that battle line set, and then just engage across it. No flanks is what Queen's Revenge is looking for. So they're going to have to make sure they got the vision for that and setting up these fights appropriately. And then what you were talking about with that really solid engage, well, then it's going to be all clear for them to take over the game. However, for Cosmos Wings, if they play, they have the spread, they can definitely play a little bit loose. And if they get those flanks, it's going to make it really tough for the Seraphine Ornn to set up that combo that you're talking about, or at least reduce the efficiency of it. So we're really going to be looking for Cosmo Wings to get the flank angles, get the vision for themselves around the dragon. and then find some interesting angles into the pit themselves. Of course, Caitlyn is very good with standing her line at these objectives. So both teams, they have tools to deal with each other, and I'm very interested to see if that execution is going to be there. And man, I think this is a pretty solid draft from both teams overall.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good draft for both teams at the moment. The one thing that I'm seeing on Cosmo Wings that it didn't register up until I saw them getting into their positions was just the amount of CC that Cosmo Wings has and the lack of hard CC that Queen's Revenge doesn't have. Because we have the Haymaker from set, we have Victor's static shield, static baby cage, and then you have the Yumi on top, Yumi ult on top of that. Like those are just like point and click kind of instant CCs. You know, you don't have to dodge a skill shot or create a skill shot to land that CC. Whereas Seraphine, Ornn, and Lux, they have to use a skill shot. So Cosmo Wings definitely has that a better CC factor, and on top of that, it's a group up in your face kind of CC. Set Haymaker right on top of a Victor Baby Cage. They're slowed up. It's almost a guaranteed stun, and then Udyr, Ezreal, and Yumi kind of just do the annoying things that they do to do a bunch of damage, and you kind of just blown out of the water.
Yeah, I mean the point and click does make it a lot easier to execute on those plays. I do want to mention as well that they have the Ezreal Victor poke potential. So if those champions are going to be very fed in this game, well, then they can just harass the members such as Ornn, Kindred, and Caitlyn, and that's going to also set them up very well. Of course, Seraphine in the super late game, the healing will completely negate that. I mean, this champion is so game warping, especially when you get into those late game stages. The healing, she has healing, she has damage, she has CC, she has it all. So there is a bit of a timer, despite the fact that Caitlyn is not the best scaling AD carry, but certainly with the Seraphine should be plenty of scaling factor in this game.
I mean, you say Caitlyn doesn't have the scaling factor, but you put 4 items on Caitlyn, and that headshot just, it'll evaporate through anybody. Because when you start layering the attack speed on top of the headshot damage, the crit damage at that, it doesn't really matter if she's been behind all game. Kind of like the way Tristana works, as soon as you get her 3 items, she could be 0 and 12 or 12 and 0. It didn't really matter. She's still gonna blow you out of the water. But this game's got me really excited. We got a few minutes, about a minute or so before the game starts. Any closing comments that you have there, Crims?
Oh man, that I mean, we've talked about this a lot, but I think that the Kindred into the Udyr early game, we're talking pre-6 here. I'm not gonna say that's the most favorable for Kindred. Depends on the situation, of course. If you can find Udyr while doing a camp, well, that's just you've hit a gold mine right there. Definitely a good situation for the Kindred. But Udyr is one of those champions that can run you down, and so if there is a position where Kindred is not going to be able to get over a wall and or can have a long lane, the Udyr might be finding himself an early kill. We'll have to see if that's what they go for.
Excuse me. Yes. I do think Udyr could run Kindred down no problem, and I do think Kindred could catch Udyr off by surprise. But we will have to wait and see when we get onto the Rift. And until then, we're gonna take a short little break, gather our thoughts, and we will see you game one on the Rift. Welcome back, and welcome to the Rift. Game 1, Titan Esports. And it is going to be one heck of a ride. I hope you got your popcorn. I hope you got your seatbelts. And I hope you're ready for some great League of Legends here tonight. As Krem said it before, Krems will be joining me today in the casting. I will take you through the action as it happens, and he will let me know when I miss something, because I inevitably will. Uh, but for the side of Queen's Revenge, we have Firefight. He's going to be on the Ornn in the top lane. We have Hunter Wolf Steel. He's going to be on the Kindred in the jungle. And I love the stare down between the top laners right here. Oh, a little bit of face check right there. Nice haymaker to come in, and a good decent amount of trade. But as I was saying, we got 2 girls, 1 bush on the Seraphine in the mid lane. We have the QR Princess on the Caitlyn in the bot lane. And Kraydog on the Lux in the support role.
Alright, we are.
I don't remember.
Okay, we have Cosmo's Wings on the blue side, kicking it old school a little bit here, introducing the players. Also from Frozen playing that set. Splash is piloting the Udyr in the jungle. The Epic Champion on mid lane playing this Victor. Hambam, Ezreal, and Venoms on the Yuumi support in this bot lane here. And the poke is setting already into this bot lane. However, Caitlyn Lux, that's not a lane that very often loses, so should be expecting a lot of pressure from them. Hunter Wolf is having down to the bot side as well, so they're going to want to start things early on this Caitlyn and Hambam. I mean, Lux, it's almost impossible to miss that E. There's nothing you can really do about it until you get that dodge from Ezreal, so they're just going to have to take the poke. And this might be a very good setup for a dive coming real soon. If they do get it, they're going to have to manage the wave and get it in, time it exactly. But if they do pull it off, that's going to be a huge win for them, Hyper, in this bot lane.
Oh, no, for sure. I mean, anytime you can get a Kindred accelerated, a Caitlyn accelerated, and put Ezreal behind, because when Ezreal starts to get behind, it is really hard for him to get back into the game, just because of how hard it is for him to farm. So now he's under leveled, he's under item, missing gold. So he has to go into the jungle or into these side lanes, already weak, and now potentially get, one shot by a side laner, like an Ornn, like a Seraphine. So if they can pull off a dive here, I would love to see it. I know in my games it's really hard to convince my jungler to dive the 3 health, 3 HP level ADC, or even that when they finally do decide. The coordination is just so off that all 3 of us just end up dying anyways. So I would love to see a dive pull off here. But you mentioned the poke from Caitlyn Lux, and how it's kind of hard for Lux not to miss that E, but on the same side of the token.
Ooh. Ghost being popped quite early. And yeah, didn't want to risk it. Didn't get flashed though. Firefight has his own trouble to deal with.
Man, but he's the Ornn. He's got the dash. He's unstoppable. I mean, Udyr can run him down, but at the end of the day, that Brittle Proc is just too massive. Firefight, if that charge wasn't on cooldown, I'm pretty sure he just takes that.
Yeah, that was a very positive trade. Unfortunately, trading under the jungler does not net you that much. They can be back or heal in the jungle with Smite anytime. And now the wave has reversed. And that crash that we were talking about did not really go to a dive, unfortunately. Would have loved to see that execution on the gesture. They went for a mid lane gank instead. And now, aggressive plays on the bot lane. Kraydog.
Hambam just zipping in and out, but his mana's getting very low and his health bar is too, but it doesn't really matter because you give the first blood right over to the unstoppable cat. And she is going to help that Ezreal just push out this lane. Meanwhile, Hunter Wolf Steel right there in the top lane trying to get something else on the other side of the map, but that wave is just too shoved in. Well done on the side of Cosmic Wings.
Yeah, they turn that around. Instead, they're going to zone off the set and give advantages to this Ornn here. And the Ornn was doing pretty good. Didn't really need help. This bot lane, though, Ezreal picking up that kill. I guess it's on Yuumi instead. Still pretty good. Chasing for another kill.
Really aggressive with that arcane shift right in there. If he misses the cosmic shot, and if that lands, he probably could have gotten the kill off of that. Mystic shot, that's what I'm thinking
The shot of cosmic proportions does miss there. They're gonna use this to get that dragon, that pressure coming from bottom from that kill. And that is a clean dragon pickup as well. No contest. Splash doesn't even need to smite it. Feels safe enough to just take it down the old school way. And
I mean, who needs Smite? Pioshik in Worlds showed us that you don't need Smite to win Worlds.
well, he definitely could have made it a lot easier if he used it.
That's
let's
for sure.
let's definitely was in the toolbox, just didn't come out for some reason. As reflect on this game so far. No smite steals necessary. We'll see if that's going to come up in the future. And no Varus. So no PTSD from that champion. However, Lux, I've seen many a Lux steal a Baron or two.
If, I don't know how I pulled it off. I managed to steal a dragon with a ricochet yesterday.
That has got to be the finest of margins. If they do.
It's like one of those, like, it doesn't happen all the time kind of thing. Because my intention was to kill the jungler, not the dragon.
Well, I mean, Sivir's pretty deadly in the pit. You get the blender action going. Everyone just starts getting sliced up. And so that does happen. I mean, at least you get to kill everyone, usually, in that scenario.
Sometimes. Sometimes you get to do it. Not all the time. But, I mean, like you said, it does happen. Both the top laners are level 6 now. I'm waiting to see if Frozen here decides that they are gonna hold the showstopper until Call of the Forge God comes out.
That is a good way to cancel it as well. I mean, you could try to time the Space Breaker as well. That one's a little harder to do.
Yeah.
I think something we do have to point out, no stacks on the Kindred. At least should have, got one by now, but due to a lot of shenanigans, no Kindred stacks. So gonna be late on the stacks. And that is going to affect the power curve of Kindred here. They're trying to plan something topside. They have another push in.
Kindred is level 6. She could go for the dive. Set
They
does
are.
have his health bar very low, and here comes Call of the Forge God. He's
Oh,
going to
the
get that
CC.
knockup right now. Another knockup, and that is a very clean dive coming out from the side of the red side. Who's on the
Queen's
red side?
Revenge. Okay.
Queen's Revenge is on the red side. I will remember that. I know I will. Hey, I'm going to put it in a notebook. Just so I know.
Red Revenge. I don't know. Oh, okay.
Ooh, that's
Princess
so good.
was busy typing to you in chat, hey, our name's Queen's Revenge, and was just standing there instead of playing the game. So they do set up the dives topside. Interesting enough. I mean, kind of weird. I would have tried to done it on the bot side with this Caitlyn. However, they're saying, Ornn, we need to get this bad boy ahead. Get the ram started. Oh, that's a nice snare.
What a nice
Stray dog.
Nice room. But equally on the other side, Hambam really clean buffer with that arcane shift to not be too close in range for the follow-up damage.
Yeah, nice thing about Ezreal is he can actually just react to spells, and that buffer is pretty easy to hit. So in a case like that, very nicely done.
I like it.
Gonna be
I
using
like
that
it.
to get the clear. Oh, Pure Princess did almost die, but I mean, Man of Steel didn't even pop the heal. Just somehow knew he was gonna survive.
all of the faith in the world, but 2 girls, 1 bush, very low on health. But here comes Hunter Steel
Nice.
to try to get that gank, but the stun coming out from the Victor is going to kill him. 2 girls, 1 bush is gonna eventually fall to the epic champion of Victor. He is a maniac in the mid lane. Nice stun coming out from the Udyr. Gonna be looking
It
for
is the rundown.
very low. The Conqueror coming out, and here comes Set to try to give him a little bit of backup, but the ult coming out from the Kindred is gonna not be enough, using that flash to try to separate her distance just a little bit, but in the end she dies in her own jungle.
Yeah, a little bit of a Nostradamus effect there, as I did call that out in the draft phase. I mean, look, it's once you get caught, it's really hard to get away from the Udyr, and Hunter Wolfsteal did get hit by that Udyr. Have to say, the Airy, I believe, picking up the kill on the Victor for 2 girls, 1 bush. So just
Was it the
barely. Yeah, I think I saw the Airy like running towards the Seraphine, so I think it was that the final straw. Maybe an auto attack in there somewhere as well. And this Udyr, nice start. Look at this CS lead as well as that kill. Should be
And the
able
Medjai's
to make a
too.
few more clears. Okay, that is a bit ballsy.
Yeah.
Frontline champions tend to die,
Yes.
especially in team fights. So, I mean, Udyr's got probably one of the best survivability in the game. Maybe Maokai also rivals the survivability here. It looks like a dragon fight is about to start up. 4 champions squaring up. Which team has the better info here? As Kindred starting the dragon early topside fight. In the meantime,
Topside.
there's action. Both
Topside.
sides.
This. I mean, Elsa over here. She's not
Fight
gonna
has
let it
TP.
go. She's
One
not gonna
has
let it
TP
go.
first,
But
yeah.
they're gonna just start this Drake up. TP is up for both top players. Here comes Yuumi. But the secure from the Udyr just absolutely nuts. Handband picks up 2 girls, 1 bush, and the rest of Queen's Revenge has to retreat. I slowed up with my words right there because I was just kind of in awe on how well that Yuumi all came out. But here comes Firefight right on top of Set, but Set's gonna bring him right back into his own tower. Here comes Call the Forge God, looking for that knockup. He does land it, but the Haymaker gives him enough shield. He's getting a little support from that turret. And a Billow's Breath, not enough to take out the Set. Both top laners limping after that engage.
Okay, we have a DC and then instant pause. So that's going to be coming out from Cosmic Wings here as well. 2 dragons stack for the blue team with Splash just taking it right in the face of Hunter Wolf. I do want to say that they had the TP from the Ornn. If they really wanted to, they could have went for a 5v4. They don't get that dragon, and then they disengage. And a little pause coming from right to this game here.
Spectators pause right after a pause. I love it.
Yeah,
It always
the game has to
throws
catch
me
up.
off. It always throws me off when I see that.
Yeah, completely necessary. It happens across every game. This is completely normal. I think Firefight, though, did have that kill on the Elsa from Frozen, but that aggressive E forward kind of just gave the Set an angle out of there. Otherwise, I think that would have been another kill for the Ornn.
You think so?
Yeah,
because after Ornn was under tower, I would say that was, if he would have stayed to try to secure the kill, I think he falls in the process.
No, I'm talking about when he E'd and then Set used the unstoppable, the
when
showtime.
When they were still in lane, got it. Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of the way out for us in Frozen. As yeah, the showstopper kind of just able to afford Set that angle to get out. Flash is burnt from Fireflight. No sums on the top laner, so no mistakes can be made in this current phase for this Ornn. But I have to say, the game state, Cosmic Wings, doing very well. The Ezreal not behind. They pick up 2 dragons. They're gunning for a Rift Herald, and they have really good positioning on it as well. It's looking like they are taking complete control of this early game, despite the gold lead not being that far ahead. I have to say they're doing great on these neutral objectives.
They are doing great, but Hambam's gonna get caught out. But Arcane shift and a Yuumi ult to follow in.
Wait.
Oh my goodness, that Grey Dog is gonna get immediately to that Mystic shot. Flash over the top of the wall, but unfortunately QR Prince is gonna pick that up. And that Kindred ultimate to give everybody a little bit of extra help. Here comes the encore. A very nice charm coming out. Hunter Steel falls to the Epic Champion, limping away after that as well. But the Yuumi, the healing just enough to get him out of there.
Our Ham Bam, aptly named right there. Not very often you see an Ezreal flash in for a Q onto a support. Did try to get out. It was close. Almost managed to make it out with the cleanse, but the snare from Caitlyn spelt his doom even with that cleanse. And then just started off a completely random team fight out of nowhere. And then Elsa.
That's why I love League of Legends. Random team fights. But with Handband falling right there,
You must love solo queue.
I
You must
love
love solo queue.
That's why I'm an 80 carry main. Just random team fights all the time. But with Hambam falling down in the mid lane right there, Kindred does get her first stack.
All right, 1 stack acquired at 14 minutes. Great timing. Just kidding. As
It goes like, is it really? Is there
No.
one spawning like right next to her?
No, it's unfortunate.
I've had that kind of luck where as soon as I get a mark off of a champion, like the map mark spawns like literally right next to me. I'm like, oh, that was convenient. Ooh, Hunter's
wish that would
Wolf
happen.
Steel going for a gank here, but the splash is going to sniff it out. Here comes Vemos giving him a little bit of speed up. The root not going to be able to land, but the snare is. Bot lane is trying to get out of this gank, and they do successfully do it with a nice disengage.
All right, here we go. Top lane fight. Oh, never mind. Bot lane fight as well. Okay, whip Cam back. Whip back down.
Cam, the Cam.
Camera's crazy.
I need you to focus on one or the other. The top lane it's going to be, but the fight is over, Riot. Come on.
All right, well, Set does have the Rift, so they can use that to get extra damage on the turret. As in the meantime, mid lane here.
Nice root, nice encore, and a nice gank coming out from Hunter Wolf Steel because Victor falls no problem. Elsa from Frozen sees the Kindred, he sees the blood in the water, and the Huntress becomes the hunted.
All right, Hyper popping off there, and yet again, look, this Kindred, as soon as they run into melee range, seems like they're just gonna be dead. No escape from Set or Udyr in these games so far. And I have to say, we were talking about marks. There was a mark on that Scuttle Crab, and that was the perfect bait for Elsa from Frozen to pick up that kill there. So far, there is a lot of action, and I think there's going to be a couple more fights coming up in 20 seconds here. Both teams setting up for this Dragon. Cosmic Wings, they have a really good head start.
Great head start, they're already in river. They're also providing a cross-map pressure too, with that Herald dropping in the top lane, but here comes Firefight, not gonna let it fall that easy, but it does not matter. Victor's got the mid lane in. Bot lane is already set up in position. They get a ward, but it doesn't matter. The splash is there, and the rest of the team for revenge wants to get in on this Drake. But do they take
trying to corral them here. They have the poke, and they send them away.
They have the damage. Here comes that really big ultimate coming out from Ezreal. Hunter Kindred gets out of her ultimate, but is able to get back in it. Victor is able to claim the Kindred in the end. Yuumi ultimate is really strong, and it is equally as strong when you pair it with the Victor. And the kill over the top of the wall coming from the Ezreal. Flash from the Victor trying to get on the two girls. One bush. Is the stun gonna land? It is, but he still falls down in the process. The fight is still going on. The Drake is still trying to get taken by the splash, and it looks like at the end of all of that chaos, it is gonna be soul point to the side of Cosmic Wings.
All right, they do zone them away. Unfortunately, Epic Champion goes pretty deep. They're going for more.
You get the encore, they get the charm, and Ham Bam in the process plays the Ram, the mythical beast himself, and they get a tier 2 turret in the top lane. Cosmic Wings are starting to run away with this lead.
All right, Elsa gonna be in a 2v1 here. Can the Kindred survive? No, doesn't
She
even
cannot.
need the Haymaker. The Haymaker not even necessary to finish off that kill. And man, this Kindred not working out this game, unfortunately. They just don't have the pressure. This third dragon as well, just going to increase the necessity for those plays to be made. And now Queen's Revenge, they're going to have to play it real safe. Make sure they have the ways to get picks with this Lux, with this Caitlyn and the Ornn. That is their only route now, because I don't know if they can actually team fight themselves to victory. Of course, Wombo combo withstanding, that's always going to be on the table, Hyper.
Always on the table, and at the moment, they're just not in the position to use that deadly Wombo combo to like effectively, because it feels like whenever they get set up to use that, Cosmic Wings comes in and disrupts it. Or they're only able to get one off, and the CC from Cosmic Wings is just really too strong. They were able to pull off the Seraphine Lux combo in that mid lane engage where Ham Bam ultimately fell. But in these objective fights, these crucial neutral objective fights, they're just not able to land it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not getting to these objectives first. That is definitely problem number one for them. Another rift trail getting taken. I don't think Hunter will be able to do anything about that.
He does get vision though, and they have vision of him, but like you said,
clean, easy take as well. Just right in the face of the enemy jungler. Firefight's been pretty busy in this game, Hyper, so it's been hard to make it on time to these dragons. I don't blame him though. This set is really giving a run for his money up there.
And you know what? He did rush that fork too, and I gotta give that like some credit. Like, you're facing a the champion who's extremely takey. And as Set, you can just dish out tons of damage with your autos because that's what Set does. Bork then starts to layer that magic damage on top of it as soon as you hit him 3 times. So that's a auto, that's a left and a right and then a powered left, and it's procced. And he just runs down Firefight. So really intelligent building coming from Set. Going Bork first into that Frozen Heart to be even tankier. So not only is he just autoing as fast as a normal ADC would, now he's tanky like a Set should be, and it's just like, oh my god.
Yeah, I do want to call out as well. There's a lot of pressure being put on Elsa, and was able to just stem the bleeding, and now has himself 1,000 gold lead up on Firefight just due from the plays made around the map. I'm sure that kill on the Kindred helps as well. So Elsa doing great recovery on the top side. Oh no, Hunter getting caught again.
He is, and the Kindred, I'm sorry, but you can't, that's just so unfortunate.
You just can't kite. It sucks.
You can't kite the splash. He's here, and it sucks to see. It hurts to see because it's not really your fault. Like, it's not like you're being in a position where you're not supposed to be. You're just getting really unlucky everywhere you want to go to set up vision, you know?
He did pick Kindred blind.
Yeah. No, he didn't. He counterpicked the Udyr. He wanted the Kindred into that.
He counterpicked it. It's even worse. It's even worse. I was just trying to make it sound better. It's even worse. The Kindred counterpick here, not working out. They have to go to the drawing board with that. 50 seconds, and this might be where Cosmic Wings can win the game. Queen's Revenge, this is the time to make a play happen. You might have to sacrifice camps, farm, something to get to this dragon on time, but it's looking like blue team is already getting their hands onto this dragon, and every time that's happened, it's been a complete shutout from Cosmic Wings on the Queen's Revenge here. So
unfortunately, you know, Firefight, he can't get down to those Drakes to help support his team.
Oh wait, they're gonna go for it early.
They're gonna try to do something, but here comes that TP right from Firefight. As I was saying, he can't make it. There is the wombo combo that we were expecting. Shutdown going right over to the Lux, but Hambam picks one up in the process. There's a fight in the mid lane. There's a fight in the jungle. Firefight is all by himself in a 1v2. The Splash is getting chased down by 3 members, but he's starting to get reinforced by his team now. All in all, it is a 2 for 2, and Queen's Revenge jungler falls in the process.
Yeah, they go for the play first, and it was a great engage, but it just evens the score at the end of the day. 2 for 2, not what they were looking for, and they can't contest the dragon because Kindred died to Hambam. And now they pick it up, and with the soul, I mean, this is one of the worst souls to basically be up against because it prevents you from getting that burst kill. And that's how so many teams lose, getting picked off, getting bursted right at an important objective. And this dragon is going to make that even harder to do. And they really wanted to get picks to come back in the game as well, just completely shut out by this soul.
I mean, yeah, but, you know, you can always, there's always a way around it. That's, you know, just the way, you know, items work and the way the game works. You can find a way to stem the bleeding, as we were saying, and part of the way you stem that bleeding is you gotta get Kindred online. She needs her second item or not even just her second item. She needs maybe she needs 2 more marks. Once that, I mean, she's only at 2 marks at the moment, which is really behind for a Kindred at this point in the game. You would want to be at 6 stacks at this point, not 2. So, I mean, if you want to stem the bleeding, that's where you gotta look. You gotta be looking to get Hunter Wolf those marks. Escort the Kindred into the enemy jungle. Find the champion they want to pick and just execute on top of that. Or you can just get a shutdown gold right on top of Ezreal. You got all the members right on top of him, but
oh no,
saves him. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we have Firefight and Victor duking it out. Elsa Frozen is slowly coming up. Her feet are just not quick enough to get there. And that Ari just stopping that channel right there, and I love it.
Yeah, Firefight missed the combo bot side. That is unfortunate. Hambam is playing this so aggressively, and yet there's no punish available for Queen's Revenge. Frozen is walking straight in.
When he's going to land that, and he takes that showstopper right out of that wombo combo from the Seraphine. Encore gonna whiff, but in the mid lane. We do have Elsa Frozen with that huge haymaker taking out Kindred. Very squishy target at this point. Very easy target for them to take at this point.
Yeah, they just making it look easy here. 16 to 8. They have themselves around a 6K gold lead. Junglers down, and they have their smite up. They're going to go for this dragon, and this might just be the all-in, all the cards on the table.
The Hail Mary, here comes Queen's Revenge. They're looking away into the river. Elsa for Frozen and Victor are zoning them off very well. They are taking this dragon very slowly, though. Here comes Lowe's ultimate over the top of the bear pit, and she's able to steal it. Queen's Revenge is not going out without a fight.
All right, I might have jinxed them because I also said I've seen Lux steal Barons before. Well, it happens before our eyes. That cleans up the gold lead pretty well and gives them a chance to stall out this game. I didn't think it was going to happen, but Lux, Kraydog saves the game on a final spark.
I like what you did there. Very clever, very clever. Final spark, and she also says, she has like spark in her voice line, so it's the, you know what, I knew what I was saying. It made more sense when I was saying it in my head, and then when I started to speak it, I just sounded like nonsense. That's all it sounded like. But now they have the Baron. What do they do with it right now, Prems?
Probably just stall the game, but I don't think they're going to be able to if their members keep falling like this.
Their final spark, their final hope falls in the mid lane. The Epic Champion decides to take that advantage and go right onto the Seraphine, deletes her. And it's just like, as soon as they found something to cling to, Cosmic, they just take it away just as fast.
Yeah, the thing is, with the Baron, you want to get the push out, and that's going to help you get vision and all that, but it also leaves you vulnerable.
Really good Gale Force to dodge that last Mystic shot coming from Ham Bam, but the root in place right on top of Firefight. Here comes that really big ultimate coming from Ham Bam, a nice TP coming in from Frozen to keep that minion alive on that tier 2 turret. They are just going to hit it, not even worry about the turret damage coming through because Yuumi heals so much. Firefight is looking for a way back in. He tries to get them off. He does not. And Bam Arcane shifts right into it very aggressively. But that snare not able to do much in the process. But the Mystic shot damage from Ham Bam and the complete accuracy from the Ezreal is just kind of amazing to watch.
Yeah, Ham Bam very comfortable on this champion. I mean, you'd have to be very comfortable to go for the plays that Ham Bam goes for. So looks like playing right in that zone. Aggressive enough and not passive. Does lay the poke damage down to secure objectives for the team. And now 45 seconds away. This Elder is spawning very, very soon. And I mean, look, Cosmic, they have been getting position over the objectives all game. And every time they've done that, they've completely zoned away the members of Queen's Revenge. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon here. They went for that really crazy play last time, if you guys remember, Farflight with the TP. They have that option available, but they need better vision to go for a better play this time around.
And very, very well done, as since we're talking about vision, they were able to clean out the vision that Cosmic had set up in their blue side jungle, but in the mid lane, the fight is going to start. It doesn't matter if they don't have vision. They're going to start it when they have the vision from the minion, put a nice encore over the top of the wall, and they're going to be able to hit that final spark as well, but it doesn't very much matter when you have a Death Blazer coming out from Victor. He's cleaning up the team. He gets a triple, doesn't get the quad because the Splash decides to splash down and just take away his dreams of a pentakill in this first game.
And a clean sweep by Cosmic Wings here. It made it look like it was almost impossible for Queen's Revenge to come back. They are going...
That's the game, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to be losing this game here. They could take up the turrets. 10 seconds. I don't know if they can go... Oh, Kraydog.
This one coming through, and the shield is not going to save Kraydog in the end. Because at the end of this game, we have Cosmic taking it 1-0.
Cosmic Wings picking up a win here. 4-0 Dragon sweep. in game number one. They're looking like they are the prime contender here. Not to mention Ham Bam going absolutely animal in this bot lane 6, 1, and 8 on the Ezreal. And besides the little crazy play he did in mid lane, looked almost unkillable on the Ezreal Yumi here.
I mean, but even still, like when you're playing in when you're as so I when I play Ezreal, I have to play Ezreal for a few games to warm up Ezreal because Ezreal has such a unique play style. He's not passive, he's not aggressive. He runs this line right between the two of them of passive and aggressive. And
Would you
that
say passive aggressive?
I would say passive aggressive, yes. And he was playing it to perfection. And so even though that flash in the mid lane to secure that kill onto a visionless Lux, mind you, um, the accuracy to land it, the reaction to line the mystic shot up, but just the sheer confidence to know that you have the damage to pull that off. And not gonna lie, like that's a play you take as Ezreal every time, regardless of how it turns out. If it turns out good, you land the kill. The team's not there, awesome. If the team is there, you land the kill regardless. You still get ahead as Ezreal, and that's your goal: is to farm whatever you can to just get the gold that you need to get those two crucial items that Ezreal very much needs to just be an absolute menace on the Rift. So I would say Ham Bam, play Ezreal. Queen's Revenge, ban Ezreal.
Well, only one of those things can happen. And we'll see if Queen's Revenge can take that revenge out on Cosmo's Wings in game number two. We're just going to cut it to a short break and we're going to have that set up for you very quickly. All right, everyone, welcome back. But before we get into game two, we do have an announcement to make, and we've very sneakily put it in between game one and two so everyone can hear it out. We have the all star team here for the Titan Esports League. It's going to be BBB Bennett from Hard Hat Zone in the top lane, Spies from Sun Leviathan in the jungle, C9 SpongeBob from Sun Leviathan as well. Ham Bam on Cosmos Wings playing in this game right now and in support position. Solar Zenith from Valor Esports. Congratulations, guys. You guys were the top voted as well as your stat picks here. And now we're just going to go straight into the draft because they have already started again. We missed the draft again, Hyper.
We didn't miss it that bad this time. We got the first pick. We get to see the first pick. First pick, lock in for Cosmos Wings. Don't fix what ain't broken. We got the Udyr lock in, very nicely done. And
Okay,
I
not the.
love that pick coming from Revenge. Oh my goodness, what? Renata Glass engines out? Okay, it's spicy. It just became spicy. Um, but that you blind pick Renata Glass though, that's the set. That's the downfall.
Yeah, also, Renata likes when the enemy team is full of melee champions, so
When
they
you
can definitely steer a different
ooh,
direction.
but they pick one of the best auto attackers in the game on the side of Cosmos Wings, locking in that Ash. Lulu lane, looking for a more passive lane from the side of Hambam. But I'm not gonna jinx that because Ash can play aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. If the
Like,
support is like, they don't have CC or engage, that is your time to move in and cinch a very good trade with the Ash as well. Xin Zhao does play well to Ash, but that's why Lulu's there. Gonna be able to help mitigate the Xin engage. And they have the Seraphine yet again on Queen's Revenge. Wondering if we're gonna see an Ornn ban, because let's be honest, Firefight did really good on the Ornn in topside, despite how the game was going.
oh no, he did very well into Ornn, and we see that Fiora band coming out, which is making me think that they might be looking for another tanky bruiser in the top lane because we have the Udyr and the Fiora band coming right out, and the Fiora counters set very nicely with that parry stopping his ability to just bring you right
Facebreaker.
in with the face breaker.
Yeah.
So it's looking like they might be setting up another set. And if they do set up another set, I'm curious to see if they're going to pick a Camille here because a Camille with the Renata Glask and the Jin Zhao on Encore, like those ultimates together are amazing. And when you can put the Hextech ultimatum into just single one person who's the nuisance, that it just makes it greater. And it's really good pick potential with the Jin Zhao Camille combination.
Okay, they're going to blind. Sorry,
Counter.
no, they're gonna counterpick their top lane here. That's what I meant. Forcing Cosmos Wings to blind their top lane instead. And I think that's a smarter move to do here. You already know what their bot lane is. They're gonna go with Jinx Renata Glask. So
Ooh,
that is
really
gonna
aggressive
be
lane.
very much a aggressive lane and the potential to take over a game. So we'll see how the Jinx is doing. They're gonna set the Corki into the Seraphine. I think that's actually a very good play. Put the scaling versus the scaling, and Corki is
Scales
definitely
better
a
now
champion
too.
that has a lot of range and the increased damage from the
Yeah.
patches from long, long ago has returned, albeit not as much as his peak, but it's certainly going to be a factor. Aatrox blind, here we go. Do they want to blind the Ornn? Because this is not seen as a very good matchup for the Ornn.
No, not at all. I mean, I'm still kind of leaning on the side of Camille, even though Camille doesn't play good into an Aatrox. It's not a terrible pick, but it's not really the most optimal pick. Um,
I mean, Camille's
another
not going to take over the lane, but
no.
certainly when she hits her spike, the Aatrox is going to have a hard time playing into it. Okay, they're going to put this down to the last
Ooh,
second. I think that's going to glitch out on the server. Okay, so
yeah,
they're
it
this is
usually
some
does
kind of
that.
strats here. Yeah, when it's down
Okay,
to 0 seconds.
I like
All
I
right,
like the pick. I like that pick.
All right, so I mean, maybe the production can fill this in, but I'll tell you here, it is a Mordekaiser into the Aatrox. Mordekaiser pick quite interesting. That being said, it's not like Mord Aatrox is very heavily favored anymore. Both champions can win this top lane.
Oh, 100%. And both champions love, absolutely love those extended trades. Mordekaiser being a little bit more favorable in those extended trades. I mean, if Aatrox can hit those sweet spots on the Darkened Blade uh, with the first through three casts, it doesn't really matter, and he gets that crit damage, it's going to make Mord's laning a lot difficult. But I feel like you don't pick Mordekaiser for the lane and you pick it for the team fight because like we mentioned, Corky's scaling just got another buff. So his 80 scaling is going up, albeit not as much, but a buff to scaling is a buff to scaling, no matter how you look at it. A win is a win is a win. So if Mordekaiser is able to get into a team fight and take somebody out early, especially one of these really crucial squishy targets like the Ash, the Lulu, and the Corki, it makes the rest of the team's job a little bit easier to clean the fight up. Or if Mordekaiser just wanted to take the Aatrox out of the picture altogether so that their team can handle the rest of the team, because if Aatrox isn't in these team fights, Queen's Revenge is going to have a much easier time handling Cosmo's wings as the way their comp is set up.
Yeah,
And that's just the
I
way that I'm looking at it.
I think I'm gonna go to the latter here. I think Mordekaiser is just there to remove Aatrox from the team fight equation. Because if we look at Queen's Revenge backline, Renata, Seraphine, Jinx, not a lot of them have a good way to avoid the Aatrox here. So I definitely think it's that team fight Mordekaiser pick, not the lane dominance pick we have that we typically see here. And that is going to mean we're going to have a lot of 4v4s if that's the idea going forward here. And I think that is quite interesting because Queen Revenge's 4v4, the scaling factor for them is huge. Of course, if Corky does poke, that is going to turn it around, but that takes some time. And in this 4v4, Zinzao, Seraphine, Renata Glass, that's a lot of team fighting power, not to mention Jinx as well. So
Ooh,
Cosmos Wings, I think they have to start it early and use their Ash to get picks. Otherwise, Queen's Revenge's 4 is very strong in that team fight.
no, absolutely correct. And you know what? When I see a Jinx on the other side of my lane, I'm not scared at all because I know the one counter for Jinx, and that's just to put her behind. You just be better than the Jinx, and then you're good.
Wow,
Um,
amazing counter. Be better.
I mean, because it's honestly, it's pretty easy to counter a Jinx. It's keep her at arm's length. If Jinx can't get up into your face, get those clampers down, get those big bursty rocket damages down, get the zap to slow you up to continue. If she does not get excited, she does not win the game. It's just simple as that. And if I can keep that, passive mindset, play under my tower, and I know you're going to get frustrated, so that you make a mistake, it makes it easy to win Jinx out in lane because Jinx is like after she gets one kill, it's starting to look a little. It gets a lot harder as the enemy ADC, and Ham Bam with that amazing performance on the Ezreal, I do believe has the patience to not pull the trigger in lane and just wait until he can get into a favorable numbers matchup with Queen's Revenge.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is we need to get this Jinx behind, and that is definitely a
Just not
factor
ahead.
because the lane phase for Jinx is not the best. I think we all know that here. They're gonna prepare the Renata Glask as well, and I think that helps Jinx preventing dives. However, I think it's still very possible pre-6. So we'll see if Cosmos Wings can pull it off. I think a pre-6 dive with this Udyr and the Ash slows as well, that really means that they have an opportunity to shut down the Jinx in a huge way. I want to see them at least pull off some massive ganks pre-6 in the bot lane and take Jinx out of the equation extremely early because that's a lot of where the damage is for Queen's Revenge. It's mostly on this Jinx. Of course, they have great options as well if the Jinx does go down. Zin and Seraphine will be able to pick that up a little bit. But let's be honest, Jinx is the core damage of Queen's Revenge.
I mean, and you were bringing up Cosmos Wings' pre-6 dive potential. Queen's Revenge has the exact same pre-6 dive potential from Xin Zhao, Renata Glass, CC, the Wind Becomes Lightning, the knockup, kind of just stalling the ability for Cosmos Wings' retreat into their side of the map and set the Jinx up to be able to layer down that DPS and hopefully get something out of it in return. So a lot of
Yeah,
dive
they can fight
potential from
fire.
Queen's Revenge, just as much from Cosmos Wings.
Yeah, they can fire down there, that's for sure. And Renata Glass getting the resets on the dive as well
Ugh.
could be huge. Yeah, absolutely disgusting. I think it's funny, both teams do have similar comps. They have slight differences, of course. Udyr, better frontline taking. Zinzao's going to do more damage, but prevents range damage. And look at this, three backline range damage dealers. Ash, the Lulu, and the Corki as well. So Zinzao might be a lot tankier than you expect here. And then they both have those bruiser top lanes. It's counting down to the last final seconds of the spectator delay. And again, I think both teams end up with pretty good comps. I don't think anyone has a huge draft diff over the other.
I absolutely agree. And as we wait for that spectator delay to tick down, we are going to send it over to a quick break. So we will see you on the Rift for game two.
All right, everyone, welcome back. This is game two of Titan Esports Finals. And it looks like Cosmos Wings have won game one,
30
and they
seconds
are
until
one step
minions
closer
spawn.
to cinching that victory. And interesting enough, both teams on the same side here, Hyper.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious to see why Queen's Revenge opted for that red side start.
Yeah, we had a draft to get through, so we didn't really talk about that too much. But yeah, they're on the same side as
Ooh.
Hunter Wolf Steel trying to steal that ward.
Ooh, gonna zip right into Elsa Frozen, but that Corki's gonna come right through lane and just chunk out Hunter Wolf's health bar, half health already.
Yeah, Zen can heal a lot in the jungle. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. I mean, typically I do play jungle, but it's not very often you start half health in the jungle, so I don't know if Zen's gonna recover.
He doesn't know,
Might
you
gonna
don't know
do
if he
work
could,
here.
You don't know if you can get that much health back.
Well, Gromp heals based off how much health you have, so it's gonna be pretty good heal. I think Jin's gonna be fine just because of that healing, yes. We'll see if that does affect a kill, though, on the later pathing towards top side. Oh, Hunter making it close here.
Hunter! Oh my goodness, the trigger finger on that smite. I'm not gonna lie, I would have pressed it.
I think, jugglers really don't like pressing smite unless absolutely necessary. So we'll probably see it until the final HP bars. And there we go, about 3/4 of the HP back
You
already.
know what? He did get a lot of that health back between the smite and the Gromp itself. So you know what? That's just, knowing your limits right there. Just knowing how much health you can have to take those first 2 camps without smite. So good. You know what, Hunter Wolf? I'll eat my words.
Well, if a juggler can't do that, well, good luck. Or Ham Bam. Oh, but they can take the extended trade here. They have the slows. All right, they decide not to go for it. I think they could have pressed the issue a little bit more on bot lane.
They 100% could have. They had the slow coming from Ham Bam in between Venomos's Lulu's passive. I don't even know what you would call that. The Pixie
Oh,
Charm.
Venom's taking them 2-1 on that bot side. Lulu just trading up.
It's that fairy that just does so much damage, but the chain's gonna try to root Firefight right into place, even with Hunter Wolf coming up from the river. Don't know if he was spotted out right there, and it looks like he is going to be eventually with that ward. No, with the blast
The
plant.
Scryer's Bloom.
Yes, not a blast plant. That's the vision plant.
The plants just do everything.
They do everything. They help you get into lane to gank. They help you see when the gank's gonna happen. But when you Corki and you got the Valkyrie, you don't need any of that. You just run away.
Question is, do they get the double scuttle? Looks like Temple Wolf just gonna go back and full clear.
Really good root by Cray Dog. Lulu's health bar just went from like 0 to 100 right there.
That is healing.
Oh my goodness. Firefight hitting this combo really nice. I do gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, the pull on the Mordekaiser makes it so that Aatrox kind of wants to keep you at a hand's distance, right in his top range. And so once you pull him right in, that's when Aatrox becomes uncomfortable, taking extra poke damage as well.
Ooh.
Oh, they
Right
have
on the
Hunter.
edge right there, but Hunter Wolf sitting in this bush. Here comes the wind, here comes the lightning, and here comes the first blood for the side of Queen's Revenge.
All right, they do it again in the top side. Is this a top side carry team? It's looking like it. A lot of ganks and pressure going up there. This time, though, they have a scaling bot lane, so I think this strategy works out a lot better this time around. TP going to be burned, and now Firefight has a significant advantage up in top lane.
Yes, he does, and I had to double check the scoreboard right there just to make sure he did get some of that assist gold on that first blood, because if he didn't, I would have been a little disheartened for that Mordekaiser, because he did all the work, and then Jin Zhao just comes in to steal the show if you got the solo kill.
Just goes to show you can do all the work, but it's whoever finishes the job that gets paid.
You know
Hunter
what?
Wolf Steel gets the 300 plus the first blood bonus as well.
Yes, he does, but Mordekaiser gonna be burning that TP in the top lane. Not sure why he did that. He might have missed a few minions. If
He
he
kind of
would've walked
stayed
it.
up top side a little too long.
Okay.
So, yeah, did have to go for that instead. All right, dodging the first one.
Gonna try to
Significant
set
item
that-
advantage, though.
Gonna try to
as we can
set
see.
that. Gonna try to set the freeze up. I like it.
Yeah, he's got the Leeching Lair as well, so there's Omnivamp, has the shield and healing as well. And just pretty much set up in an all-around good position. Also, trying to fight his way back into a better lane state. I mean, as Aatrox, that's your only option, right?
Yeah, unfortunately it is. Now coming on to level 6, a little bit behind in the level right there. But I do gotta point out, Queen's Revenge is first to this dragon, and they do claim it.
Yeah, this time they did not have that death in the bot lane, so they are able to get the pressure down there. Surprising. I mean, Ashe Lilith is not the best pushing lane. Jinx does have the rockets to significantly boost the push. So with that, they're able to get that dragon early, which is a very good sign because they are not the winning bot lane at this moment. And so they managed to sneak that away. So good call out there. Get the dragon. Oh, the trade. Oh,
Slow.
Kraydog shuts it down though. Just
Really
playing the
nice.
defense so well.
Really good handshake from Prey Dog right there to just stop the Ash from wanting to get a little bit more off of that slow. But they don't have it now. The speed up from the Lulu. Yes, they do. Another clean handshake from Kraydog.
Yeah, they want to fight, but Kraydog's just saying no and slapping them down. No fight being started for them. And now we're getting to the point where it's level 6, and that means that they have all-in potential.
Great handshake again. Almost getting that zap down, but we might be seeing a lane gank up here in the top lane while the bot laners are duking it out. A ping coming down onto Hunter Wolf. He did get spotted out as he was entering that top bush.
Yeah, no sneaky beaky up here for the Zen. Does get spotted. Udyr, the splash, taking this as a sign to invade, stealing away camps. And Hunter Wolf, look at that CS, is significantly down. Of course, Udyr can clear faster anyway, but this means that he's going to be taking a harder hit for going for that play topside. The push eventually, they're going to get pushed in, and now it's for returning for the side of Cosmic Wings. Oh, that is actually very smart. They're gonna give it over to Corki. That's a lot of free lane being given right over to this champion.
I love to see that. He has Sheen, he's stacking the mirror mana, and the top laners are fighting him in, but Mordecai's going to take the Elsa from Frozen right into the death realm. A really nice isolation, 2 damage, but he just back out, not going to go for the rest of that engage.
Up here, and a lot of those resources being put up for firefight. Hunter Wolf, can he get the CC?
Might be able to do it. Ooh, he barely misses that hand of
they're hard forcing
action, but a nice counter by Elsa from Frozen, getting that World Ender to pop off, and he does end up getting that reset onto the Xin Zhao, and the extended trade keeps going in a double kill right over to Elsa from Frozen, looking doomed from the start of that, but the patience and the knowledge to know he has the damage turns it around, a 2 for nothing.
Yeah, they overforced. They missed their significant CC, decided to go for it anyway. It had to be a bit of miscommunication on top of that as well. And that's just a kill that should have never happened, and not to mention a double kill. Maybe a bit of a tilt factor coming in here, because that looked like pure frustration.
I mean, maybe. I mean, when you flash and miss that grab as a Mordekaiser, maybe you just want to keep going. But Aatrox with that slow coming from the chains, and then to follow up with World Ender just to have enough HP, and then the tower damage on top of that to secure the first kill, get you a little bit of extra health back, and then just get the double kill is all around really great play from Elsa from Frozen.
Yeah, the chains really assisted in that kill. I think Hunter expected to get out from under the turret, and he got ripped right back into turret range and took another turret shot. Almost looked like he was going to make it out, but that bullet just followed him right in the bush. Ended up helping Elsa as well. So now, this topside plan doesn't seem to be going that well anymore. I wonder what their new plan is going to be.
I'm not sure what they need to do at the moment for the top side. I think they just need to be focused more on this bot side of the map. Mordekaiser, he got that lead, but unfortunately, it kind of evens out with that double kill now. Even, in fact, putting Aatrox 1,000 gold above him. Hunter Wolf kind of, I do got to point out on this bot lane, though, the bot lane is just wasting the jungler's time. They know he's there with that ward in the river, and they're just wasting his time, having him come back and forth between the mid lane and the bot lane, and they're able to get that Herald right into the mid lane tower to try to accelerate the court even more. Ooh, Ash.
Oh, okay, here we go. Aggressive play. Can they set it up?
Great. Oh, a nice encore, but a nice flash from the splash, getting out of that CC range, because if he gets hit by that, he might have been dead.
Yeah, I think that raised a lot of damage in the Zen kit, and the charm would have given them plenty of time. So they're going to burn double flash, by the way. Corki also using it in the mid lane. They do have an opportunity to come back and revisit that, maybe right before this dragon as well. Bot side,
I just noticed the dragon is up. Xin Zhao has started it up, though. He's going to try to take this solo out of all things, but we do have pings coming down from the side of Cosmic Queens. They were able to get that vision plant. Here comes Udyr, and they're just going to back off. Hunter Wolf not able to do that solo.
Does Epic Champion have the package? Because this could be a very significant factor right now for that dragon. Splash is on it. They're taking it. They did get the bot lane push as well, and their Corki has returned. Who, by the way, 250 gold bounty on this Corki and a, I don't know, 50 CS lead. That is massive.
Yeah. Wow.
How did we miss that?
I don't
That's
know.
on us.
That is a huge lead in the CS
Up
department.
1,700 gold.
Yeah, almost 2K gold just on CS alone. That's insane.
Yeah, that Rift Herald definitely giving that a boost as well. No kills necessary to get a 1,700 gold lead. This is a message to the audience. CS matters.
Stick to the basics. When you mastered the fundamentals, you don't need to get the kills. You can just play the fundamentals and still be ahead.
Alright, here we have the TP to Rosenbush returning to the mid lane. And again, it looks like Cosmo's Wings are in a great position. This time not as well stacked in the dragons, but the gold difference at the same point in time is a lot better this time all around. And Corki has been hitting the PEDs in this game, because look at this, already an item and a half, and is almost more than halfway on full C stacking that tier. Oh, Ham Bam.
Ham Bam is going to get caught out, has to burn that flash, but here come that hostile takeover. Going to get a little bit of berserk damage down, but it's not, you know,
Wait,
Jinx
I see
doesn't have
Udyr
the
running.
damage yet. Here comes Udyr, here comes the Enchanted Crystal Herald is going to land, and Cleanse is going to get burned. Here comes the handshake, the splash is going to get forced back, even though that smite was popped. What a huge damage from the champion, but Jin Zhao is here for that counter gank. The fight is going to continue, shut down straight over to that Jin Zhao. When it becomes landing in, look for Ham Bam, but a huge blue ultimate, double kill, and a triple kill. Are they going to be looking for the quadra? Benmos has to flash out of there, and a huge turn of events right over for Queen's Revenge.
Yeah, that gold lead that I was talking about, that was real nice. Just got evaporated. Almost
Might
nothing
go
now.
down a little
Firefight.
bit more. Firefight.
Oh, misses the pole.
He does miss the pull, but doesn't miss the Q, and the tower shot lands to even that trade out, actually going up in that trade. He was down, but he's actually up in that trade, and they have almost made that goal difference nothing.
Yeah, that first turret is going to be a huge factor for them. Hunter Wolf picking up 3 kills in the bot side. I think we would have liked to see them on QR Princess, but the problem is, wasn't really in a great position to pick those up. Was there dealing a lot of damage though, so does get the assist gold. And that really turns things around for them, because now they are 100% capable of fighting. And when Cosmo's Wings really pull too far on that 4v4, we really see that it turns around for them. Queen's Revenge, get revenge, at least in this game.
Oh no, 100% for sure. Queen's Revenge are in a position to take this game back into their own hands. They still are a little bit behind. They do have, at the moment, just at the moment, a little bit of
That is a long arrow gonna land.
arrow coming out from nowhere. Off-screen arrows are always the best. QR Princess forced to push the Corki with the flash to follow to clean the Jinx up.
I thought Cure Princess was gonna get out of there, because the Epic Champion did take turret aggro, but the flash using it to secure the kill. Not the biggest win, but it is a small win for Cosmos Wings here. They're going to use that to pick up the Rift Herald. It is a post 14 minutes, so not as much value, but it could set them up nicely for the next dragon coming up in a minute 20. They can use that for a lot of extra pressure on the map and hopefully secure a dragon.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Yes, securing the dragon, very, very huge right now.
This is a 2-level difference.
But
He's 2 levels up.
but he doesn't matter because he's got the numbers advantage. Aatrox, just get out of there. That's
And he kind of just sword fought his way out of there, just jumping around, slamming the ground on the way out. And I mean, it would take a real full commit for him to decide. of Queen's Revenge to go for that. And maybe they want to save their sums and spells for the dragon. I think that's a lot more important here, Hyper.
Oh, it's very important here. They got 30 seconds to drag. Hunter Wolf is already starting to make his way down into the river. But with that being said, you know, we saw last game, game one, Cosmic. I keep forgetting Cosmic Wings. Their dragon
Cosmos.
set.
Cosmos win.
Cosmos Wings. Their dragon prio, their dragon setup was phenomenal. They were there 30 seconds before the Drake even hit the map. So as much as Queen's Revenge has the prio, I do not doubt Cosmos Wings' ability to clear the vision out and, you know, even contest the Drake for it.
All right, here's that Rift Herald pressure. It's going to be in the bot lane, and they have Epic Champion as well. Looks like Queen's Revenge don't care. They'd rather have this dragon. They're going to sacrifice that. And here it is. Their jungler's face to face.
Here. The Aatrox has got the TP, but the Enchanted Crusader is going to lock up their ADC, but the hostile takeover is going to stop their...
Oh, huge turn!
Humongous ultimate coming out from that Encore, and the fight is going to continue. They're able to clean up another one, and just not enough damage coming out from the side of Cosmos Wings, because in the end, Queen's Revenge takes the fight. They take the Drake. They don't need their turret.
That was excellently played out by the side of Queen's Revenge here. And that encore from Two Girls, One Bush, absolutely amazing. Could be the play of the game, if you ask me. There is definitely a lot of power in that charm, as well as the hostile takeover. They secure another dragon, which is very important for them. They're still down in gold, but I'm pretty sure they're happy with the status quo at this moment. I have to say, that is an exciting fight. I definitely want to see more of those.
I want to see more of those across the series altogether, but I had a point earlier when you brought up hostile takeover and Encore, and I totally blanked on what I was going to say, and it's kind of bugging me at the moment. Oh, yes. They're in a great state at the moment. The game is even, it's tied up, and it's way better. It's looking way better than game one for the side of Queen's Revenge. I guess they decided in that break that they were gonna get their revenge.
Yeah. Well, I think they ended up choosing a better bot lane for their strategy. They kept diving top and going for top lane plays, but they had a bot lane that you really got to play around, and they didn't do that at all. This time around, they have a scaling bot lane, and it's working a lot better. Not to mention that 4v4 team fight we were talking about. That is the power of that 4v4, as Firefight and Elsa from Frozen were not there at all, and we could see it's a clean swing to the power of Queen's Revenge in that 4v4. So they're going to have to do something about that from the side of Cosmos Wings, because this game's kind of getting away from them. They're up in gold, but they need to find an avenue for success, either a Baron or a Dragon.
When that handshake is not going to be the way they do it. Hostile takeover is only going to be able to hit the Ashe. She's not going to be able to do enough damage, but Cray Dog's health bar is getting very minimal. But the wind becomes lightning right on a handband. He's going to get slowed up for a century, but it doesn't matter, because when you don't hit the Corki, he hits you back, and he hits you twice as hard.
All right, there's a handshake into a zap. Top lane, 2v1 here. Firefight gets zoned off the turret.
Oh, I know. He doesn't have his turret to help him. It's a 1v1 for sure now. Mid lane has still got a lot of action going on. It looks like it's just all around chaos, but coordinated chaos at that.
Coordinate chaos, a bit of an oxymoron, but also so true for this game. The CC immune going to be saving to splash from Cray Dog here, but it looks like they're going for a fight. This Udyr is really positioning like they want to fight right now. They have the Aatrox flank, Elsa from Frozen.
Huge flanks, a nice World Ender to start this fight off, but they are able to get right back underneath their
charm.
A humongous charm coming out from the side of Two Girls, One Bush. They're forced to use that Lulu, Shirelia's battle song, just to get out of that engage that they set up for themselves. Ooh, I was thinking Firefight was coming in a little bit quicker, which is why my words trailed off there for a second.
Hey, that rocket, that is close. That is slivers of HP on Venom. And now with that pressure, they're going to be able to take this turret. And that is a mid-lane turret at that.
Right?
Oh yeah, they do have it. I mean, the Jinx is just so good at demolishing these turrets here. That's another turret take. That's more gold in the pocket. They're closing the gold gap yet again. And
Do they just hit the Baron at this point?
no, there's no
There's
way.
no way, right? Okay, good.
I mean, they could go for a fight, but they have so much gold that they didn't spend.
Oh,
Ash Arrow, though, gonna put a stop to that.
attack right in its tracks. And Grey Dog gets bursted right off of the rift. The splash is gonna drop right onto Hunter Wolf, who got polymorphed, and his
Oh, now they go for Baron.
not enough to save him from the inevitable gray screen. Cosmos Wings stops the back, stops the push, and then just flips the script, takes two, and the Baron on top of it.
Queen's Revenge take a little too long to remove themselves from the premises, and they get punished for it as well. This Baron is huge. This is that avenue I was talking about that Cosmos Wings really needed, and they just got it. With the Baron, they're going to get plenty of push, and if they get first onto the Dragon, that's going to be a good position for them as well. Oh, do they have the package on top of that? That's going to be basically... That's just going to be the planets aligning for the side of Cosmos Wings.
Cosmos Wings. Oh, by the way, that was really clever what you just did. Planets aligning. I like that.
Stop calling it out. You're trying to be sus.
Nah, I gotta call it out. It's clever. Firefight gonna get caught out right there in the jungle while the rest of his team is gonna be clearing vision, but Firefight's gonna take Elsa for Frozen right into the death realm, and his team is here to back him up. It's a 1v1, and it's gonna turn into a 5v1, but it doesn't matter because he's able to get that kill. The World Ender is gonna reset,
and
the fight is just unfolding right before our eyes. Queen's Revenge is falling left and right in front of us. It is gonna turn into a 2v2.
Oh, the Mega Death Rocket!
What? With the Super Mega Death Rocket, Jinx is getting excited. She gets a double kill. She gets a triple kill. It is almost an ace. They only have the jungler to look for, but it doesn't matter. Drake has spawned. They have the damage. They have the heart. They have the will, but can they do it?
They're looking for the Udyr. They're searching and hunting for him. He's avoided vision so far, but if he goes for this dragon, he will be spotted out. He's going to use that CC immune to get into the range. There is no smite. Oh, TP very smartly being used.
A TP almost just guaranteeing they get this Drake. Queen's Revenge flipped that fight that looked doomed for them, but now they are in a position of soul point.
Yeah, unfortunately. Epic Champion gets the kill onto our princess. Wait a minute, how is she still alive? The Renata passive reset gets them back into the fight, and with the passive, gets excited, picks up another kill as well. Such a huge moment. Unfortunately, Corki doesn't get the kill. 3v1. The package was good, but then just hard committed for a kill that wasn't going to go his way. Such a close fight. Oh,
oh no, speaking of close fights, it's not going to be a close fight for Kraydog.
Oh, the package?
Oh, what a really good shield. What a really good charm,
too. Turn around.
Super Mega Death Rocket's going to come in and clean that right up. She's getting excited. She's running down Ham Bam, but the TP from the Aatrox is going to stop her right in her tracks. But it's not going to stop. This Jin Zhao Wind becomes lightning right into the back line. And the hostile takeover to try to get the rest of the team berserk and hitting each other. He does pick up one, but the Udyr and the Aatrox, this combination is too strong. Shut down right over to Udyr. They're going to be looking for the rest of the team. Does two girls, one bush, and Kraydog have what it takes to withstand the world-ending power of this Aatrox?
Yeah, that Aatrox is extremely strong in the front line as well as chasing down the backline members. They're having a hard time killing this champion, and when they stack up, it just makes it so that he can heal more. So they're going to need to find an angle. They don't have the best healing reduction either. They're going to need to pick that up if they want to take down the World Ender. And man, these fights are going and swinging from red to blue to red again. And this game is just so close.
It is too close, is my question.
It's
not my question. It's too close. And the fact that it's so close, as soon as you see these teams kind of just like face off wherever they're going to meet, whether it be in the lane or in the river, you could just see the tension between the two wanting to pull the trigger so bad. And it's like giving me goosebumps, man.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have been just fighting this whole series. And the thing is, Queen's Revenge, though, they've been winning the fights. and they've been getting the objectives, not so much for Cosmo's Wings. Unfortunately for them, they just haven't been on the beneficial end of these fights overall. They do pick up the Baron and one Dragon, but Queen's Revenge, they're just about to get the soul in 2 minutes. They can go for the win.
Go for the win. They can go for the whole enchilada if they wanted to. They could go for the series with the way they are playing game 2. I really would have loved to seen this kind of play style in game 1, but it just makes the series all the more exciting. With that being said, though, Cosmos Wings does have a few avenues. They're not out of the game. They're not out of the fight just yet. They still are up in gold because of the amount of just the sheer dominance in the CS department across all lanes. So they do have a way to get into this game because they just farm. They don't have to turtle. They'll just farm, stall the game, and Corki will be in a position where he just nukes somebody with one ability.
Yeah, I think the problem that they're having now is a lot of power in the comp is on the Corki now. It's just the late game. Ashe loses the damage compared to someone like Jinx. And the thing is, Corki's damage is really loaded in the poke. And they haven't really had much time to poke it in this game. Everyone's going to talk about the all-in potential of Corki, and he has all-in, but I think the best aspect of his kit is that far-ranging, uncontestable poke. It's just free damage, and they're not utilizing it, in my opinion. So I think Cosmos Wings, they need to find an angle for the Ashe Corki poke to be activated, and then when they're low, go for the juggler.
Ooh. I mean, we could theory craft about what they can do all match, and it's just down to execution at this point because they have the ability to do all of these. They have all the tools to pull all of these plays out, and you start by going for the juggler by weakening it up with the amount of vision control they get around these neutral objectives. We got 20 seconds for Drake to spawn, and they have complete control of the other side's jungle.
Yeah, they have the package here, so the
Oh,
tools are there. The tools are there. They have the vision. The package is activated for Corki. And now, look at this. Corki getting opportunities to poke. Gotta lay the zone down. Show them who's boss. And then we'll
Revenge are just going to force their way right into the river. They're not going to care about the prio. They're not going to care about the setup. They are just going to brute force their way in.
Going in.
And he's going to single out Elso for Frozen. The rest of the team are trying to make their way into the Dragon pit. He's trying to 1v1 the Aatrox and the Dragon at the same time. He comes out of the death row, and here comes the Wombo combo. Queen's Revenge.
Oh, huge hostile takeover.
Jinx gets a nice kill onto one of their members, but that passive is going to take her out in the end. Corki takes 2 in the process. Does Queen's Revenge have what it takes to take the Dragon? They have QR presses, they have 2 rows, 1 bush, they have the damage, they have the scaling, and they do have a shutdown over to the Jinx now. The jungler
okay, they have
is out of
TP
the
on
picture.
Corki.
The Aatrox is out of the picture. The Corki is taking their back. They have the wards to TP in for Corki. Does Queen's Revenge stop the push? They do. They stop the Drake, and they just back out with a little bit intact.
They could try to go for a kill on the Venom and use the reset, but that would just be a little bit too risky for Queen's Revenge at this point in time. That team fight was so close on the line. I have to say, the Renata ultimate, I think that was a 5-man ult hyper. That was insanely timed by Kraydon.
It wasn't insane. It was completely nuts. Is what it was. Queen's Revenge, as soon as Mordekaiser comes right out of that death realm, the communication between the rest of the team to layer down the Wombo combo from the ults was just absolutely crazy. Taking out the 2 frontline members to put them in a position where they have to back out. Cosmos Wings to back out. And even though they were forced to back out, Corki takes 2 on the way out.
I think Cosmos, though, I really don't think they should just fight it front to back. Elsa's so deadly on the back line. I think they should go for a crazy flank angle from this Aatrox. Don't line it up for this hostile takeover Seraphine combo because it's just so deadly. They're rushing down this Baron, though. They have multiple members there first. Firefight doesn't have TP. This could be a 4v5 if they do it right.
Oh, they did back off there for a little bit. They do have the vision in
Yeah,
the
the time's
Baron,
not
so
there
they know
anymore.
that it's getting taken. Now they do not have the vision. Let's see what Queen's Revenge has to do. They're trying to make their way
Oh, it was
into
a
the
bait.
mid. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes right out. They stop the Baron and they turn onto the team fight. But a nice encore is only going to hit one, but the hostile takeover is going to hit two. And they're just going to be smacking themselves right into the gray screen. Firefighter's going to be able to take Ham Bam right out of the fight. He's going to try to layer down the damage that he has, but Mordecai's just so tanky at this point. Wind becomes lightning right on top of that Udyr, forcing the Lulu ultimate right out of him to save him. It is a 1-0 in favor of Queen's Revenge, but the Corki damage is just so
Oh,
massive.
they get him.
But a humongous shutdown QR Princess with those rockets takes the Corki out. They do not care about the rest of the team members. They take the Baron instead. That's what I like to see.
All right, Queen's Revenge turning it on. And let's be honest, that was looking pretty scary. Kraydog almost getting caught up, but Hostile Takeover is such a great tool at turning around a catch potential from the enemy team. Cosmos Wings, they dedicate Elsa, and he drops immediately in the front of that team fight. And that 4v5 looked almost unwinnable with Firefight right in that front line. This is looking like Queen's Revenge have stemmed the bleeding of that Baron as well as the last team fight, and they now themselves have an opportunity yet again to take control of this dragon. Are they going to get there first? I don't know.
I mean, they got there first in one of their dragons, but it was instantly taken over right by, wow.
Oh, they're just
A
going to
lot
go
of
for it.
damage from the Ash, but Wind becomes lightning right on top of Ham Bam. Hunter Wolf decides he wants to turn his attention right onto the Lulu, who's saving Ash at this point in the game with all the shielding that she can provide. The junglers are going to meet in the river. Is this where the
on the
last
side.
team fight is going to start? They are going to be able to get a lot of damage right after that Udyr, but here comes Elsa from Frozen. A really good kill coming out for him, but a nice TP to stop what they were going to do in the process. It is a 1-0, and the fight is going to get extended out. Hunter Wolf tries to get into the back line. Their health bars are looking
Oh,
very
they get Ham Bam.
Super Mega Doc Rocket coming out from QR Princess. Firefight is going to take that Corki right out of the picture. He does not want him bursting his backline. Does he get it? He does. It is going to go right over to the Jin Zhao. A really huge stopwatch coming out from Mordekaiser. They ignore the Drake at this point, and they are looking for the end of the game.
Yeah, they have Baron. They don't need that Drake to win. It's a minute away as well. And they're going to go ahead and just run it right down mid lane. They have Jinx with getting excited. Should be able to take down these objectives. Also for Frozen getting caught.
Good flash coming out from the Mordekaiser. A two-man pull right into the waiting arms of the Rockets of QR Princess. A triple kill with that zap. And with that zap, that spells the end of game 2. Queen's Revenge come back into this one. They get revenge of game 1, and they tie the series up.
Excellent play coming out of QR Princess. Looking a lot better on a hyper carry champion as well. Kraydog on this Renata, absolutely lane dominant as well as hitting amazing hostile takeovers. And 2 girls, 1 bush. How many encores does this person need to land to get some recognition here? Queen's Revenge look completely revitalized on this new comp. And I have to say, they're making this look a lot more interesting.
I am absolutely blown away by the amount of encores landed from the side of 2 girls, 1 bush. And not even just that. I am absolutely blown away from the hostile takeovers hit by this Renata Glass. When she threw them out, a few of them were unlucky. But with that being said, though, most of them were humongous hostile takeovers. Like, we're talking 2 to 3 man ultimates and that 1 5-man ultimate in the dragon pit. So you know what? I want to see Renata Glass come back out again, but I want to see some respect coming from the side of Cosmos with wings. Cosmos's wings with the Seraphine ban in this next game.
Yeah, I think either they ban the Seraphine or Renata, or they play a different style. Because, look, Elsa, I don't think should have been frontlining at all that game. Should have been on the flank at every point in time. When you have champions like the Seraphine, like the Renata, They like to just direct, they're very linear. They send their ultimates in one direction towards their opponents. And if you're all on that side, it's very hard to play the game. But as soon as you start having flanking members like Elsa on the side, potentially coming around from the back, that's when it makes it very difficult to play these comps. And so far, Cosmos, they didn't do it at all that entire game. And those team fights that were very close didn't go their way because of it.
And you know what? Aatrox try to hit the flanks from time to time, and you know what? It almost worked a few times, but I just feel like Queen's Revenge were ready for it, or they just had the ability to stop it when it came to the execution. And with that being said, we are going to send it over to a quick little break for before Game 3 gets right into draft. Hopefully, this time we'll get here in the call before they start it up. All right,
Oh,
welcome back. I'm so sorry, Krems, I cut you off right there.
that's all right.
Uh,
It's all right. It's okay.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right, we're back with game number 3. We should probably just switch off. You get game 1, I get game 2. I'll get game 4, but now I got to pass it over to you as we're at least we've gotten into the draft. Not on time. We missed it again here, Hyper, but this time we're getting better every time.
We are getting better every time, and I feel like it's the teams. They're doing it on purpose because they're speed running these ban picks every single time. It's almost instant locks. But speaking of instant locks, we do have the three champions for Avaris, a Mumu, just immediate response from Cosmos's wings. They're playing on the side of blue side again. Queen's Revenge, um, winning that last game. So Cosmos wings wants that blue side. They go for that Seraphine Varus and Mumu combination, answering a Queen's Revenge, Renata Glass, Jin Zhao, Jinx trio
Yeah.
right there.
I mean, Cosmos Wings, I think they liked what they saw in game number two from Two Girls, One Bush. A lot of charms were thrown their way, and now they're the one who wants to return fire. They also have the Vars Amumu, so this is going to bring a lot of team fight potential to Cosmos Wings. And for the side of Queen's Revenge, they have that hyper carry Jinx yet again. They did so good on a QR Princess, only managed to die twice in that entire game, absolutely crushing it. I have to say, very good pick for this player here. And Renata Glass to keep this champion alive, as well as those hostile takeovers. They're saying they liked how game number two went. They're going with the same combo. And why not? They played it so excellently in the lane phase as well as these team fights. Bans coming out. We're getting rid of a lot of bruisers. Aatrox as well as Mordekaiser not going to be reprising their roles in top lane here. Say goodbye to them. And now the blind pick up from Queen's Revenge. Are they going to be drafting on the same side the entire series? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
There's that draft lull glitch again. Uh, Gonna try to lock in that last champ at 0 seconds.
All right, blind
Um,
pick Orn here.
they're
And
gonna go with
now
a blind Orn, even though we have the Seraphine and Mumu showing those two can be flexed in multiple roles. So, I mean, I'm always down for blind Orn pick because it's just a safe blind pick. But at the same time, when you see the Varus, I'm like, and I see an Amumu, I kind of feel like those two are going together regardless. You know what I mean?
I mean, Amumu kind of just when you play a Mumu jungle as a jungler, you just feel like it sucks. The clear, you're sitting there, you're crying, you're wailing while the Raptors are hitting you, and you're like, this is clear is not so great. So as a jungler, it doesn't feel great to play a Mumu, but he does make up for it in the team fight, especially post six here. So I agree with you. No jungler likes playing a Mumu, but it might just be the pick. Instead, we're gonna get more engage. Zach Seraphine combo. I like really extending
My
the range of that
God.
encore and lets you really get deep into the back line and cause a lot of chaos. I'm liking what Cosmos Wings have.
Ooh.
That being said, hostile takeover might be a problem for them. We'll see how Queen's Revenge round out their comp. They have engaged themselves with the Ornn, and hopefully they don't let this come down to the wire on this last pick.
I do like the Vigar here, trying to mitigate their engage as much as possible, locking those key engage champions down, just getting them in a little bubble, um, which is really good because once you stick one or even two champions in that cage, one hopefully is stunned, the other one may not be. But as soon as they get stunned or locked up in that cage, Renata Glass, Jin Zhao, and Jinx just take over the game at that point. And when we have Call the Forge God coming in from Ornn, it's like Queen's Revenge is still drafting these really wombo combo team fight oriented teams, and I love it. Cosmos Wings this game is going for the same kind of draft, that wombo combo engage team fight comp. They have the Zac, they have the Amumu, you even have the Chains of Corruption encore from the Varus and the Seraphine. So, like, I'm saying it now. It's a bloodbath. This is gonna be a bloodbath game.
Yeah, there's a lot of CC being layered on from the side of Cosmos Wings. I do have to say they have one very different pick in their draft, and that's the Garen on their side because Garen is not a very prime team fighting top laner, unlike the Ornn. But I think they're going to be using this Garen to keep that Ornn preoccupied. They were doing it pretty well against Firefight in game one and two, especially when they got the lead. So I think they're going to go for that again. That being said, Hunter Steelwolf has been putting a ton of pressure on the top lane, and now you have a Garen that has to win the lane. So I think that they're probably going to change up their strategy unless I don't see a reason to pick this Garen here. But this team
I
fighting comp, oh,
I kind of see the angle. not gonna lie, because Cosmos Wings is 4v5 is kind of disgusting. Like let's in theory, Garen doesn't have to win lane because he doesn't have to be that damage outputting bruiser. He could just be a split pushing menace like he can be, rushing those really, damage heavy tank items. So he takes the Black Cleaver, he takes the Hull Breaker and just split pushes all game and forces you to answer him, which will have to be Ornn. So Ornn can't be in those fights for Queen's Revenge. He can't layer that ultimate on top of all the ultimates getting provided. So Cosmos's Wings has an avenue to make this game theirs if they play it correctly.
Yeah, they certainly have a lot of CC in the 4v4. That being said, I think the Vagar turns out to be a very good counter pick because Amumu Zac, they have to commit themselves to the engage. And that means a defensive cage from Vagar is really going to be preventing them from getting a clean engage. That way, they're going to be stunned up, and then the potential return from the hostile takeover is there. So, Queen's Revenge, they're playing it a bit defensive again, and in game number two, it really worked their way. So I'm liking what they're doing. Play on the more defensive end. Let QR Princess carry these games with the damage output and make sure they have a peeling support like the Renata Glask. I like what they're doing here. It worked for them in game number one. The execution might be a bit rougher, but I think all in all, it's going to be very similar to game number two from them.
I really hope it is. Game two was absolutely nuts. Very close game all around. Cosmos's Wings able to pick up, punish these slight mistakes Queen's Revenge was doing, overstaying in the mid lane, taking the Baron off of that. But with all of that being said, totally unrelated to the game at all. Every time Zach dives into the back line, all I can hear. Have you seen Mad Max Fury Road?
I have.
All I
I
can
have.
hear is "Witness Me." That's all I can hear playing it. Like just, I can. That's for some reason. That's what I see and that's what I hear. Just Zach screaming "Witness Me" as he just commits himself to the engage.
Yeah, I mean, who's the king in this scenario if Zach is going to be one of the peons going in?
Like who does he want to take out, or who is the king
No,
for
no,
him?
no. Yeah, who's the king for him? Because this is he's one of the peons saying "witness me" as he makes his play. So
Oh,
who's
you're
the
so
king sitting back?
so who's Emote Joe? I got you.
Okay, you know the character names. All right, you
I
have way more
love
lore knowledge than I do on Mad Max Fury Road.
I am a film buff geek. I wouldn't say I'm a like big film guy, but I'm definitely a film connoisseur. I do love movies. But if anybody is gonna be the what are they called? Like bandit clans, essentially, just like the bandit clan leaders, it's Seraphine and Varus. Like those are your two leaders right there.
Yeah, they're the ones sitting pretty in the back while Zach and Amumu are gonna do all the hard work. I like it.
I just Varys just looks at Zach and says, I want that guy right there," and then he
Yeah,
just dives in, and Mad Max is gonna be Jinx. It's too perfect. Jinx getting excited, just zooming around the map like it's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's going to be crazy. Xin Zhao definitely going to also be making a moment of his own in this game because has the potential on his own ultimate to counter the Seraphine Varus. So I'm liking the Xin Zhao pick. They did it early, and it turns out it's gonna work out down the line here. I mean, he did well in game number one, getting the ball rolling. We'll see if he can do it again because his Xin Zhao has a lot of potential to take down the Seraphine Varus here.
Yes, he absolutely does. But do you know what I have to say to that, Krems?
Or what is it?
We are just gonna wait and see what happens when we get onto the Rift for Game 3 because we are gonna send it over to a short little break. So we will see you in a couple minutes on the Rift for Game 3. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 of this best of 5 series for Titan Esports Finals Conqueror Series. Um, Game 3 starting out with a huge turn of events. A nice bandage toss
Oh,
over the
the
wall,
double.
forcing a flash right at a Hunter Wolf. But here comes Zach. Witness me as he dives in. But that's all he gets onto that one.
I think you
Real.
might have birthed that one a little early.
Oh no, I'm gonna
Like,
say it all game. It
all
is
right.
gonna
Well,
fly all game.
they do burn the flash of every champion to go for that play. I would say worth for the side of Queen's Revenge because jungler's flash not as important as mid laner flash. Now that they know that that's an available lane to gank, I think that would be a prime opportunity for Hunter Wolf Steel to get an early lead for his team. I mean, Seraphine just really needs those defensive tools to stay alive in the lane.
I mean, but with that being said, Hunter Wolf flashless, it makes his early game a little bit difficult because this champion wants to get out on the map and he wants to get kills early, hits that level 3, and then start making plays. And now he doesn't have that gap close like he would normally have with the flash. So it's going to make these ganks a little bit harder for these laners to set up, and a lot less forgivability if their waves aren't set up correctly.
Yeah, definitely could take a step too deep without that flash as well. So both junglers going to be pathing bottom. And I think that is going to be very important for the side of Cosmos Wings. They do not want Hunter Wolf Steel to get a gank off in the bot lane, and having to splash match the Xin is going to be quite good for them if they can pull off a counter.
Vemos with our good bandage toss right there. Chunked Kraydog really well. Hambam with just a follow-up damage to go with it.
Yeah, they're going to take that trade. Well, okay, Hunter Wolf Steel, he's here pretty early, and he's skipping a camp.
A nice bandage toss, a nice cleanse, but the first blood still goes right over to Hambam, but he is ticking down, and he's going to get claimed by Kraydog. Meanwhile, Venomous is trying to get away from Hunter Wolf. He does bait out the flash, and that's a worth, right?
Yeah, I think that is completely worth. You get the first blood, so you already have more gold in that trade. Hunter Wolf doesn't get a kill. Hold up. The Epic Champion going for a crazy trade.
Oh my goodness.
Hunter Wolf on his way. The pings have been laid down. We'll see if this is going to end up being a game scenario. Oh, misses the W.
Does miss, but does not stop him from diving right in there.
He can hit the W here.
He doesn't. He just. I mean, it's smart. It's smart to just back out there. You have the tempo. Don't want to throw it over a Hail Mary kind of jump in right there.
Okay, so at the end of the day, Bam has a 200 gold lead, so not the biggest in the world, but we can see the effects has an extra item for the sword compared to the boots, so that's more damage for this Varus in the laning phase, and Varus is generally stronger than Jinx as well. So with that, they have an opportunity to get another kill. We'll see if Venoms can land another bandage toss. This man is definitely deadly on the Amelia.
He might not need to land it because here comes the Zac right over the top of the wave. He gets both of the laners. He gets a flash. The bandage toss is going to connect, but Hunter Wolf is not here in time enough to stop this counter gank. One of them falls in the process. Hambam is looking for one. He does not find it. Hunter Wolf is going to be able to pick him up, but his health bar is getting taken down extremely low. He gets another
the double
kill, extremely huge, coming out from the side of the Zac, but his little blobs will not save him in the end. The tower finishes him off, shut down right over to the Jin Zhao.
Okay, you could see Venoms is like, maybe I can block one of the turret shots, but no, little Amumu can't, has to watch his friend die. Quite sad. However, that was definitely a witness to me moment. To Splash going in for the double Q and gets the kills. That is some gutsy play. Love to see it here in the finals.
And you know what you love to see in the finals? The Splash living up to his name with the splash down, coming right on top of the bot laners. But that's enough about the bot lane. Let's focus our attention on the top lane, because here comes Elsa from Frozen, but he is going to be singled out because Hunter Wolf is here to answer his aggressive play, and he picks up the Garen in the process.
All right, Queen's Revenge and top lane ganks go hand in hand. How many times has Hunter Wolf still been in the top lane? Too many to count. Fireflight getting another gank that's going to jumpstart this Ornn. I think that they've had the top lane ganks all series long, and they're going to pull it out here again. They have been losing on this bot side, so not as clean as game number 2. We'll see if they can stem the bleeding, because Ham Bam is starting to pull away from QR Princess right now.
And he's got that noon quiver, he's got the extra attack speed and the damage from it, but more importantly, he has the better CSing ability now with the way the way the noon quiver works. And so he's just gonna decrease the CS gap and then probably pull ahead of him too.
Yeah, and has the amazing ability of wave control with the Q and the E, and that's going to be far better than Jinx can do. So they can manipulate the wave, potentially set up ganks or go for the dragon. So the ball is in their side of the court for this bot lane, and they have a Mumu hitting level 6 in 2 levels. That's going to be a huge game changer in the bottom. Hunter Wolf Steel, though, this man doesn't want to farm. He's going for another gank.
Oh my goodness, Hunter Wolf right on top of that. A Mumu, a nice handshake to follow up. And the Mumu, curse of the sad mummy indeed, because he falls, but not before the Zac jumps right in to Renata's glass. His damage is too strong. A nice charm, double charm coming out from that champion. Jinx did get excited. 2 girls, 1 push is here. A nice flash coming out from Hunter Wolf. A nice kill over to the Vigar. And they are just going to get a 4 for nothing for the side of Queen's Revenge. And on top of that, they get all the prio for the dragon.
Oh, that was clean. They don't lose a single member in that bot lane counter gank. It looked close. Ham Bam was just moments away from securing a kill multiple times, but couldn't pull enough damage to kill off the bot lane members. They're picking up a dragon, and now QR are finding themselves in a significant lead for the first time in this series pre-14 minutes.
Really nice trade by the Ornn, a nice call
Firefight,
the silence does not wear off in time. Not able to get that ram charge to go off. Really good play from Elsa from Frozen. He is gonna survive to tell the tale.
Yeah, the day he got away from Ornn. Oh, this splash.
The splash gets a really nice knockup, a really nice pullback, a really nice ultimate. He is coming down with the damage, the CC. He is just not going to be able to do enough.
Wait,
Firefight might be able to get out of here. He goes unstoppable, but not unstoppable enough. He goes straight to the fountain to think about his crimes against Cosmos' wings.
Okay, the double slingshot ends up picking up that kill. A bit of over-aggression for the Firefight. Tried to greed for that lane and gets punished. Now Elsa gets some free plates in return. So now we'll see, where is Hunter Wolf Steel gonna go? Oh, what a sidestep in the mid lane.
Sidestep, but the damage from Hunter Wolf is just too clean. Wind becomes lightning,
Go
and
for
the
it.
Audacious charge to follow up. Solo kill over to the jungler of Queen's Revenge.
All right, look at this scoreline, 4-1 and 4. Of course he has damage, and this Seraphine's so squishy. Didn't have the ultimate either, and Hunter Wolf Steel, yeah, just picks up the kill right there. Misses Wind Become Lightning the first time around, but hits it the second time. Definitely needed right there. So this is going to give them a Rift Herald, and they're just snowballing these objectives here, Hyper.
Playing these objectives very well in this game. They were very slow with it game 1. Game 2 brought it back, but now, as we see in game 3, they are starting to take control of these objectives. 4 members on top of this Herald while they take it, but that's not going to stop Cosmos' Revenge for trying to still get in there. They do claim the Herald, but do they get this team fight? A curse of the sad mummy with the encore from the Seraphine does able to shut down that Xin Zhao.
Oh my, Epic Champion barely survives that rocket from downtown. Oh, they're gonna go for a heavier dive on top side. So Splash doesn't get the Q, and they do not get the Rift Herald. Look at this. Hunter Wolf Steel has stolen that Rift Herald away.
Yeah, but where are you gonna put it now?
Well, that is a question. Pure Princess did carry the last game, And why not give them a head start again? Needs to catch up to this
Slightly
Varus
ahead.
here.
Slightly
Actually,
ahead in gold.
due to the kills, is actually ahead now by 300 gold. So definitely want to extend that gold lead in favor of QR Princess. Keep that ball rolling with a very much hard fought for. So that's going to be leading into a dragon if they can time it as well, or if they pop it early just for more safer play. Why not? I think either or is a good option. Oh, they're
Um,
setting up a trap here.
Oh, I really want this trap. I do love it when these engage do it. And a nice
Oh.
flash with the hostile takeover. Hunter Wolf is coming up, a little laggy behind it, but it's not going to stop the Death Rocket from finding its mark. QR Princess takes down Varus.
All right, Cray Dog, that was a nice play. The flash hostile takeover and no response from the side of Cosmos wins bot lane. They just go berserk, and that gives them the opportunity. And they get the full plates as well. Now they're gonna have to get that reset for the dragon, but they are primed for a nice steamroll of these objectives. Double dragon, Rift Herald, and first turret. That is a great start for the side of Queen's Revenge.
Beautiful, beautiful start from the side of Queen's Revenge. A lot differently from the side in game 2, but here comes Call the Forge God. Gonna get a nice knock-up just to get Elsa from Frozen off of that turret, because as we all have seen in our games, Garen can just destroy towers.
Yeah, just in case you were confused with other Elsas, this one is from Frozen. Oh, huge stun!
Really great follow-up from the CC from these two champions on the side of Cosmos' win. Two girls, one bush.
Great Venom.
Just able to walk right out of that. The flash coming right out of the Amumu, and his health bar just going right down to 0. Kind of the way you see it in Yu-Gi-Oh! Just ticking down little by little. Nice flash from QR Princess.
Oh,
Really
nice
great
knock-up.
reaction time. Here comes Elsa from Frozen. A nice execution there with the ultimate, but it's not going to stop the team fight from stopping. But it is still continuing. A nice shutdown over to Hambam. He is looking for more. He might be able to get a double kill, but he does end up getting the double kill, not before Jin Zhao claims one himself.
Now, Renata really extending the life bars there, but it wasn't enough. Ham Bam eventually makes it there and contributes to some nice kills. And they are the ones that are going to be picking up this dragon. Despite the good spot play, they are not going to be able to make it up in that mid play. I mean, the splash is just absolutely killing it on these Zac engages. Really turning the game around multiple times. I have to say, looks solid on this champion.
Not only just turning the game around, but keeping the game close. By they, I mean Queen's Revenge is not ahead on the scoreboard by very much. They are up in kills, but the Dragons are even, and a lot of that goal difference is coming from the first turret and the plates down in the bot lane. Because the way that Cosmos' Revenge is playing, they are ahead in CS in 2 lanes. And
Yeah,
even in CS in 2 other lanes. So
yeah, I mean, everyone's just neck and neck on the gold lead. It just keeps swinging back and forth because now Ham Bam has just completely caught the QR Princess, and that was a significant gold lead that's been completely vaporized by this team fight. There's so much skirmishing that's going on, and it's really making this game chaotic as to who's going to be in the lead and who has more gold at any one point in time, because one little skirmish goes your way, and now you might be the strongest member on the map. Oh, this is a good trap.
An epic champion is going to walk right into, he's going to flash out of it, but not before that second charge comes up, and not before his health bar gets obliterated. But the Frozen...
Elsa?
But the Elsa from Frozen TP in just a little bit too late. His health bar just getting equally annihilated in this team fight. To execute not enough to take out the Ornn, but the tower shot is, he trades the top laner's life, but he still falls in the process, and the tower does as well.
Yeah, those turret shots are really doing significant damage. A wind up of Venoms went for Bandage Toss, doesn't get it this time around. They do get the turret top side here, and now there's going to be a bit of a lull. No significant objectives, and both mid lane turrets are still up, and they are knocking down minions left and right.
I see this channel, it's coming out, it lands, it
Oh,
connects. QR Princess is going to get slowed up with that glacial proc, but that handshake is going to stop the further engage.
Yeah, no follow-up either. And damn, needed to walk quite the distance to get in range. But, we see some Venoms on this Amumu. Is not scared to make an engage when necessary. I like to see it.
Not scared at all, and even with the lack of fear in his eyes, he's going to have to think about if he wants to engage while they
Okay.
take this Herald. They
They're
have
filing
also
through.
Frozen, they
They're in
have
a funnel.
Thor, they have a TP, and they have a Bandage Shock. Herald was taken in the process. Nice curse to Sand
Oh,
Mommy,
huge
and a
hostile
beautiful hostile
takeover.
takeover. One kill going over to the Amumu, and the fight is still going to continue. Hunter Wolf is trying to get
Thor
out of the back line.
Princess.
He is able to take out Epic Champion, and they take out one inside the Herald pit as well. Just the core trigger damage alone. Wind becomes lightning. Wind becomes death. Triple kill, quadra kill in the makings for Hunter Wolf. And Queen's Revenge has just turned this game on its head, pulling away in a massive direction in hopes of winning this game.
Hunter Wolf Steel is absolutely unkillable, as well as dishing out the damage. He is taking over this game. Look at that scoreline. Look at that bounty. Look at those items. Death dance completed. This man, about a minute ago, was only under 100 HP from dying and just completely revives to full HP in the matter of moments. Don't let this man get on your back line, because as you can see, Ham Bam cannot survive, and the Epic Champion, they both get melted by Xin in the matter of seconds.
I mean, not only just melted, but just absolutely vaporized. They are reduced to atoms at this point as soon as Hunter Wolf gets into their backline. And unfortunately, the peel that Cosmos' Wings desperately needs has to try to deal with the rest of the damage on the side of Queen's Revenge, because, yeah, you can focus onto that Jin Zhao, but then you have the Jinx you have to worry about, because when you focus one, it leaves the other one wide open to start making these huge plays, and that's exactly what we're seeing. They focus Jin Zhao, Jinx makes the plays. They focus Jinx, Jin Zhao makes the plays. And it's a very beautiful play style that Queen's Revenge is taking, and a really great jump in from the side of Zac.
Oh,
They just
deleted.
totally delete the bot lane from the side of Queen's Revenge. Firefight is here to try to make up a little bit of
Hunter Wolf
the
Steel.
lost bleeding, but the splash, witness me as he comes in. Curse of the sad moment to stop it. The splash is singled out inside of that baby cage, and the rest of the team is here to follow. Garrett has made his way to the fight, and he has turned into a human Beyblade and a human smite on top of that. 1,000 gold shutdown going right over to Elsa from Frozen, turning that fight directly into their favor. They saw the fight they wanted, they took the risk, and it paid off in a huge way.
Yeah, Venom still had the ultimate. That Curse of the Sad Moment, proving crucial to stall for enough time for Elsa to get in there and get the final ticks of damage onto Wolf Steel. I have to say, the execute was the one thing that could stop this Xin, and it did happen. That being said, definitely took out a couple members along the way before going out like a champion here. Hunter Wolf Steel still very strong. 3 items now, certainly the strongest member on the map. And they're going to use this power to secure themselves a nice dragon.
Very nice dragon. And in game 2, we did not see the objective bounties come up, but now here in game 3, objective bounties have ticked over. Queen's Revenge have pulled enough ahead of Cosmos' Wings for that right game mechanic to kick in. So let's see, and I really hope with the way Cosmos Wings played that last team fight, that they use these objective bounties to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Elsa for Frozen has a huge lead over
It turned
Firefly.
on and then immediately turned off. That's hilarious.
Well, they got the bounty gold from Hunter Wolf Steel, so I think that's what really turned it off. They just got it. They picked the bounties elsewhere instead.
Okay.
But Elsa from Frozen, almost 3K. 3K up on Firefight. That's going to be an item up at least. And now that side laning that we're talking about, keeping this Ornn occupied, is going to be in full effect, because I don't think there's any way he can 1v1 this Garen. And that's going to be pressure that they're going to have to contend with from the side of Queen's Revenge. they win elsewhere on the map. I mean, QR Princess, Wolf Hunter, Hunter Wolf Steel are so strong, and Two Girls One Bush on the Vagar can execute anyone. So they're gonna have to leverage this Garen pressure, but on the opposite side, they can leverage their 4v4 pressure. So it's gonna be 1 versus 4. I think we know who it's stacked in favor of.
It's 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 stacked in favor of Queen's Revenge. You know, you have an infinite scaling champion. You have the hostile takeover. You have Jinx, Super Mega Death Rocket. You have all of these really good tools to just layer consistent damage onto the side of Cosmos's wings in a 4v4 situation at that. So, you know, it's really in favor for Queen's Revenge. And, you know, Cosmos's wings has got to start playing more to their team comp playstyle that they drafted for with these isolation picks and damage. Send Garen into that side lane, let him draw some map pressure, and then get a pick while somebody's rotating over to stop him.
Yeah, they can definitely go for the Garen picks as well as the Garen trade. 5-man setup in the mid lane right now, so this is going to give Elsa some time, some free time on that turret. Not going to opt for it though. Definitely feels like there's a lot of darkness on the map, and that makes sense. Look at this. There's barely any vision on the bot side for Garen to play around. They do have great Baron vision though, so there is a counter there.
They do have a really good CC bush set up too in that river. They are looking for Hunter Wolf. They see him on that ward situated
just
right
waiting
outside
for
that
someone.
wall.
They're just
And
waiting
just
for
looking
anyone
that
to walk
pick.
in. Yeah,
They're looking for that
They have
pick.
a nice trap set up. Oh, they have it.
Oh, the Banish Shock is going to whip, but not before that Curse of the Sad Moment hits him with that edge. TP coming out from the side of the Orange. Nice huge
Elsa on the back line.
Conqueror and the hostile takeover. Here comes the call, the Four Gods. Here comes the Ram. It's going to be able to knock up Ham Bam. Now that they have lost 2 members, do they have the confidence to continue this fight?
They've lost their backliners. Grey Dog and QR Princess are gone. Do they go for the Baron? It's risky, but this could be that game-winning play. 3v5. The splash is super low. Let's have this might.
That's going to
Wow,
jump
Baron's
out
gonna
of
take
there
him even
before
lower.
the Baron takes him out.
Yeah, that is super low HP. Almost couldn't make it out from the Baron. Oh, that's a great stun, but no follow-up. Oh, that Vagar. I was not expecting that Vagar damage. This Garen is not the tankiest Garen. It's really more damage focused for that 1v1 here. But if you let him get on that backline, that deadly Beyblade, as you were talking about, was slicing and dicing QR Princess and Prey Dog. So this Garen definitely has the damage. The question is, can you get him in position? Vision going right over to QR, and man,
But
this
they
is
are
going to
going
be
to
very
see them
dangerous.
enter the Baron, but it's not going to matter. Queen's
They're gonna
Revenge,
file
since they
in.
have the
Do they- I
damage,
don't think
they
they
have
have
the
time, though.
burst. They do have a TP coming out from Elsa Frozen. They make their way into the river. They make their way into the face of the Baron. A nice zoning tool for that cage coming out for the side of the Vigar. The Baron is going to reset, and Cosmos' wings force Queen's Revenge off of the Baron.
Yeah, Queen's Wings and Cosmos' Revenge here.
There you go.
I have to say, they could have taken that Baron. I don't think they knew where to splash was, because if they did, they would have went for it. There was only 3k left on the Baron. They would have been able to get that smite easy.
Over here
All right,
comes the
engage coming
engage.
out.
All the Four Gods are really nice.
They have Ham Bam.
Humongous up core from the Seraphine, followed up by a really huge ultimate. Oh, that hostile takeover. That Super Mega Death Rocket is not going to take anyone else in the process. Swin becomes lightning. Double kill straight over to Hunter Wolf. It is a 3 for nothing. Firefight is still looking for this fight right here, but the splash is going to jump right in on top of him. He is tanky, but not tanky enough. Here comes a TP straight from the Vigar. Had to face them back, and now he is back for sure with this 5-man push down in the mid lane. Firefight's health bar never got even close for him to consider retreating. He was just in it to win it, and
Yeah,
they do win it indeed.
The front line of Hunter, Wolf, Steel, and Firefight, absolutely massive. And they could probably win a couple fights just on their own. Hunter, Wolf, Steel on this game looking quite unstoppable. And the fact that they pick up 2 wins back-to-back on this champion, I'm thinking might not see it for the next one. The Dragon, they're going to line up right after the Baron. Now, they haven't backed, so there's a lot of gold in some of the pockets of their members. Zin has 2.5k, as well as 1.3k from Field Princess. Do they go for the fight back to back?
Yeah, they still have the damage. They can do it if they wanted to. They do get the Dragon. Elsa Frozen does get zoned off by that cage. They take the Baron. They take the team fight. They take the Drake. They take the resets. This is their game to lose.
They have the gold lead. They have everything they need to win this game with the Baron. This is a bit of a return. The bounty gonna help them out a little bit. And now it's all about getting those members grouped up with a Jinx. Remember, in game number 2, this champion can tear down turrets in a flash, and they have it again. So we'll see what siege they go for, and I'm thinking they should at least get one turret and an eco.
With that being said, Firefight is level 15.
Elsa?
Ornaments have starting to come into play. 2 members have it, and he is going to use that to start this team fight. Called Forge God right onto the Sad Mummy, who just gets deleted on the Rift. He saw the other team, and then they just went to the gray screen. He's just like, what happened there? Hunter Wolfsteel gets a really good chunk of damage right onto that Ham Bam. QR Princess helps him clean that kill up. They are looking at this mid lane turret. They're gonna fight run underneath it. They do not care. They do not care that that Encore got a 4-man ultimate because she is down. They are going to turn their attention onto the frontliners. Their health bars are not tanky enough. QR Princess is excited. She has the range. She has the damage. She has the heart. And Queen's Revenge are able to take game 3 in this series.
Oh no, Venom's just sitting there waiting for the game to end. Ends up being fodder for another kill for QR Princess. And that is another game win from Queen's Revenge. I have to say, after game number 1, they've really turned it around, and each game they're getting better and better, and now the pressure is mounting for Cosmos Wings. You guys have to pull together a new strategy to take down what Queen's Revenge is doing here.
They absolutely do. They tried to pull it out right there with a different bot lane setup with that Varus and the Amumu, but more importantly, they set it up with that Seraphine, taking the Seraphine away from Queen's Revenge, but they have the answer. They say, okay, we'll just still take the same jungle and bot lane. It doesn't matter because we have the ability to blow your team up, and that's exactly what they did, and they did it very well at that. I am excited to see this game 4. I'm excited to see what Cosmos Wings does to respond to Queen's Revenge, knocking at Heaven's Gates with series point in hand. One more win, they become Conqueror League's series finals champions. So with that, we will wait for the players to get into the lobby, and we will be back before draft, and we will see you in then.
Yeah, that is a lot of respect, but also, Hyper, a lot of disrespect put onto the other members. They're saying, hey, you guys are a one man comp, and we'll see if that's going to be true. I do think your princess has been sitting real pretty on that Jinx. This time they're going to put it over in Misfortune instead. I mean, Renata and Seraphine are the most powerful champions we've seen in these games, and they both get snatched up right away.
Yes, they do. Misfortune Seraphine combination in the bot lane is just absolutely brutal. But all series, we have seen Seraphine played all three games and played in the mid lane at that. So it is possible that Two Girls One Bush takes this Seraphine into the mid lane rather than Kraydog having it.
Yeah, I think it's Seraphine is generally better there if the mid matchup is good. So we'll see if a blind pick mid does happen eventually. Who does it first? Mordekaiser finding early priority in this game, and that is interesting to me to be picking your top laner so soon. I guess you can flex it jungle, so I don't know if we are
Ooh, that
quite
is
prepared for
true.
that.
I mean, at the way Elsa from Frozen has been playing these lanes in the top lane in these early games, you know, he could take this Mordekaiser and just be a lane dominant bully rather than that team fight variant firefight he's pulling out. But a nice fight, nice Victor pick for the side of Cosmo Wings is coming out. Definitely to contest with that control mage lane prio if
Yeah.
Seraphine does go mid lane.
Yeah, the Epic Champion did really good on Victor Game 1, so I like it. Solid pickup. And
Oh my
also, yeah,
god.
did well into the Seraphine Trundle.
A river
Gonna be
troll.
picked here. I guess this is the fourth tier pick for Hunter Steel Wolf. Gonna be picking up the Trundle. No tank to tank bust at this moment. So Cosmos Wings
and they
can
take
throw the
and they
draft
take
in a
one of
spin.
those tank busters right out of the equation with that Jinx band. Very smart. I would I would like to see a Kog'Maw band too, but Kog'Maw doesn't play very well into the misfortune.
Yeah, Kog'Maw can't really get away too well from the bullet time, so that is a good point. Renata Glask is gonna be able to give a little bit of movement speed to whatever AD carry they choose here. And well, they don't get Jinx or Varus, so none of those hyper attack speed champions gonna be here. Last ban, I would assume a mid lane ban, but they've been throwing a lot of top lane bans so far in the second round. I'm guessing that's going to continue. Firefight not going to get Aatrox. Potentially Orn ban coming in here because Firefight's been losing lane but doing well in these team fights, and I did call it right there. I mean, he's been useful in all of these games despite the lane leads or losses. So Orn ban makes a lot of sense.
It makes perfect sense too, especially since, Ornn has just a massive wombo combo, but the iconic lane looking like it might get locked in here, and it
Okay.
indeed does. Misfortune Leona gonna be an absolute monster down in the bot lane for Queen's Revenge. I
Yeah,
just
that is a deadly combo. I think they could have picked top lane here. I guess they really want that counter pick for Firefight. Make sure he has a good laning phase. I mean, look, they've been sending a lot of resources up there, so I guess this makes more sense overall. The Kaisa
I was
Renata,
not gonna lie.
not the best combo.
I was kind of seeing the Kaisa band come out, kind of the pick come out just because of Kaisa's passive being able to be applied by Victor and Mordekaiser, along with Renata Glask at the same time. She's able to get in the back line when hostile takes over with the killer instinct. So, the Kaisa Renata Glask actually is really a really good combination and a good combination to answer the misfortune, the Seraphine. Um, but with that being said, Misfortune and not Seraphine, Misfortune and Leona are going to be able to just bully Kaisa in these early levels. So, you know, I
I
really
think
hope. I
I
mean,
would have preferred more of an engaged champion like Leona Nautilus or Rel with the Kaisa. So I'm not a big fan of this combo. There is some synergy there as
ooh,
they pick the Gnar into the Darius. I'll have
wow.
you know, Hyper, that
Okay.
Gnar's attack range is enough to avoid the pull in by Darius. But it's
Oh.
pretty much on the edge, and you're going to need some levels from Gnar to avoid it. So, in the early laning phases, it's a lot rougher than once he scales in the game, gets a little bit more range. So, Darius, I think this is a pretty good counter pick. If you play it right on Gnar, it should be winnable. So, they secure a very strong winning matchup for Firefight on the top side.
And not just the top side, like just seeing Queen's Revenge draft altogether, they have a really, really good sound team. They're playing to their play style, just these big ultimates layered on top of each other, solar flare, encore, bullet time, and then you just got Gnar coming in and just shoving team members right into walls for stuns, chucking boulders, literal boulders across the rift. I'm very intrigued and I'm very excited to see how Cosmos' Wings is going to be able to play this, because they have some big ultimates to throw on top of them as well, with the Renata Glass hostile takeover, the Killer Instinct, and Victor ultimate along with that. But you, you got to be able to get to the back line to be able to matter, because Leona, Gnar, and Trundle want to get in your face. And Mordekaiser going to be able to take one of those players out of the occasion, more than likely the Trundle, because once Trundle gets going, he keeps going. There is no way to stop this man once he pops a subjugate onto somebody.
Well, speaking of the Trundle, that pillar is going to be extremely useful in this game. All the champions from Cosmos Wings do not have a dash. I guess Kaisa does, but she has to commit her ultimate for that. So this pillar, they're gonna have to just deal with it by walking around or going a different way. So Trundle finding a lot of effectiveness, and that means that there is a lot of more gank angles that you would expect from this Trundle here. I mean, against the Victor, Trundle, very good at ganking mid lane, as well as top lane. Darius gonna have a hard time getting away as well. So it looks like Hunter Steel Wolf manages to find a very good pick, despite three, count them, three jungle bans in the first phase.
I mean, when you go 13-1 at mid game, you you got to start being targeted at that point, because that Jin Zhao was just doing some what that Jin Zhao game three. What I don't know what he did from game two to game three. He must have taken some G Fuel or something, because he just went absolute gamer mode onto Cosmos's Wings, and they were not able to just do much to answer it. They didn't have enough resources to stop Jin Zhao from completely annihilating them. And I'm very curious and I'm very excited to see if they have what it takes to stop Hunter Wolfsteel in his tracks, turn him into the Kindred from game one, and just be able to stop the massive team fight potential of Queen's Revenge. If they are able to throw at least the tiniest wrench into their plans, they may have a chance to take this all the way to game five.
I mean, what more can be said there, Hyper? Both of these teams, Cosmos Wings, they have one more chance to cling on to the championship. If they lose this, they are out, and Queen's Revenge will be the victors and the champions of the Conquerors League on Titan Esports. And right after this break, you are going to find out if they do take the title right here in just a few minutes.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself
All right, everyone. Wow. Okay. Welcome back to Pause of League of Legends. We'll see what's going on here as we have Cosmos Wings versus Queen's Revenge. And Queen's Revenge is one game away from securing the championship and title of Titan Esports Conquerors League here. And pause withstanding, this game is going to decide if Cosmos Wings can strike back and make this a 2-2 series. Hyper, this is the calm before the storm.
That I mean, you couldn't have said it better yourself. Not even just the calm before the storm. This is the eye of the storm. We have entered the eye of the storm. The storm is upon us. Queen's Revenge have unleashed their dominance from game 2 into game 3, looking to do it here in game 4. Now that League of Pause of Legends has turned into once again League of Legends, we are looking to see what Queen's Revenge wants to do here for game 4. They are going to do a 4-man setup because Cosmos' Wings has been trying to get a little cheeky play level 1 off onto the jungler, and they're ready for that response now.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter Wolf did go to half HP. I forgot if it was game 2. I think it was game 2. Went to
Last
half
game.
HP there, right at this spot.
It was
So,
last game. That Amumu over the top
I,
of the wall.
oh, it was last game. Okay. I thought there was a Corky. Maybe. Well, anyway, there Hunter Wolf has flashback there, but they have a good response for that same scenario. Not needed though, as there is no vision invade from the side of Cosmos Wings. Both junglers now starting on the bot side. I believe they're matching yet again. And look, Hunter Wolfsteal, we've seen it many times, goes for that top lane gank, and assisting the Gnar is going to help solidify the dominance. Meanwhile, if the splash manages to find an angle, might give Darius a chance to hold even in the lane.
You know what? And as much as we called it out that Mordekaiser could go into the jungle, he ends up going straight into the jungle, and I think it's a really good play too, putting Mordekaiser into the jungle with that Trundle, because once they meet in the river to contest that scuttle, if it is straight up 1v1, Mordekaiser, I do believe, should win this fight outright due to the fact that he just loves those extended trades and he just does so much damage off of it too.
Oh man, it's really tough. I think Trundle is so strong early, but this isn't really the super strong early rune setup from Hunter Wolfsteal. This is more. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
That is
really
a
good level
nice
2 play right on top of
engage.
Ham Bam, forcing that cleanse
Wait a
right out.
minute.
But our Princess is going to get that exhausted taken
Wait a
right down.
minute.
Has to burn the flash, but it's going to be
Two
followed up
more.
right
One.
by Venomous. Do they get the first blood? They do not. QR Princess manages to get out of that one off of a level 2 spike. And the counter to follow up by Cosmos' Wings as well.
Venoms almost purely turns that play around from losing to winning on his back. That lane phase. Oh, that's a nice pillar.
What a
But that's 2
huge
turret shots.
pillar.
All right.
Oh.
Makes it out of there. Is a jungler. He's fine. Going to smite it back up. However, that is going to reveal a bit of the pathing. This Scuttle Crab now going to be fought over. And guess what? To splash level 4 and has no smite.
And has the quick rotation over by both his
Oh,
mid
huge
and
shield.
the top lane, but a massive, massive pillar going to stop the Epic Champion, going to slow him up. 2 girls, 1 bush, has no mana though. A really aggressive flash coming out from Hunter Wolfsteal. The splash is on it, and Cosmos' Wings' jungler gets the first blood. Firefight is forced to flash right out of Elsa from Frozen. The ghost is pop, and he is looking for it. He does have his apprehend up. It does land. He gets the slow. He's got 3 stacks. Make that 4. Is he looking for 5? Does he get it? He does. A huge chunk of damage, a huge amount of slow, but the Mega Gnar coming in to give him a little bit extra health, and Splash goes up 2-0 in this game.
Huge dub picked up by Cosmos' Wings. They really needed that play, and that's going to secure themselves a very good start. I mean, man, that is a very, very greedy scuttle take by Hunter Wolfsteal. Oh, they're going for another gauge. The pillar looks good.
The pillar was great. Just the follow-up is just as just as good as well. And Queen's Revenge managed to get something back after that level 2, after that double kill in the top lane.
Yeah, the Trundle Pillars, as I was talking about, they're just so good because these champions don't have a dash. They just have to walk around. So we see the power of that in both the mid lane and in the bot lane here. That being said, Ham is going to be able to pick up most of the CS. So not the biggest loss in the world. It is a small win. To Splash, though, 2 kills up, has a bounty already, and just gets a blasting wand straight out of the
Right out
gate.
the gate. And a Dark Seal to follow up with it. To Splash playing with absolute confidence with that pickup. But
Alright, gonna
you
run
know
into
what?
3-man
Queen's
here.
Revenge right off spawn decide that they want to get on top of the Drake.
Okay, they're kind
But
of
are
just
forced
trying to
off of
rush
it.
it there. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of a risky play, but they're going to back off. And, I mean, the dragon was probably going to go into Cosmos's wings' hands anyway. There's a lot of apostrophes in that sentence there.
my
But yeah,
goodness.
it was probably going to go their way anyway, so they kind of just went for a YOLO rush onto the dragon. And they don't get punished for it, so I'm not going to harp on it too much.
You know, they lose the dragon. Unfortunately, they try to get something back, and I do love that they try to do something proactive, with them slightly behind off of that massive double kill for the jungler. But they're
Right?
looking for
Trundle
something
gank
here in
mid
the mid
too.
lane with an excellent pillar coming out from the hunter. A level up from 2 girls, 1 bush is not going to be enough because that champion is now level 6.
Yeah, the level 6 Victor Burst is very, very hard to contend with, even at these low levels here. Lennar gonna help invade for Hunter Wolf Steel, so that is the pressure that is being put down onto Elsa being shown. Look at this wave, it's huge. And too bad they're not going to get a kill because that would be very, very good. Oh, they're going to turn around
Oh,
for a
but
kill themselves.
oh, the nice cleanse coming out from Hambam to stop that stun coming out from Cray Dog, and it was good enough to just chunk the 2 bot laners for Queen's Revenge right out of lane, right off of that engage as well.
Another gank going mid. A lot of pressure being put onto Epic Champion, but not effective for the moment. Elsa's wave is pushing. No jungler in sight. And now Darius is a little bit sad as we have a scuttle being taken. And I think Kraydog kind of just went for applying an engage so that QR Princess could pick up the farm. They weren't really trying to win that scenario there. But the CS only going to be 4 up from Ham. Not as much as you'd hope, but that kill going over Cure Princess means that the lane quite even.
Oh man, just the way this game is playing right now, I mean, it is close. They are almost 2K gold up on the side of Cosmos' wings, but this game is close. MF got that Newton Quiver in her toolkit now, and Kaisa still in lane, has not backed yet, sitting on 1.4K gold. So
Yeah, probably
they
waiting
are
for
looking
a
to
buy.
punish right here if they need. This is where you want to punish them, is the fact that Kaisa has not backed.
I don't think they're going to get it, though. Hunter
Oh, I
will
think they're
steal,
trying to
pathing
bait it
in.
too.
Venoms is baiting it.
He is baiting it. He baits it well, but the flash is going to come right
Oh,
out top
Kraydog
of him.
goes
The
in.
Zenith Blade right onto Ham Bam. But the splash, level 6, takes him right into the dungeon. He is going to get surrounded by the bot lane. He comes out of it looking to get alive, but Leona, you
Oh.
cannot get away from the splash. He claims another one. He goes 3-0.
Okay, I definitely think they're trying to give it over to Ham, but the Mordekaiser passive just steals the kill. That's all right though. This champion Mordekaiser on a complete roll right now. 1,200 gold up, and man, it is showing that power of the Mordekaiser in the early game is so potent, and they're using it quite effectively. I'd like to see them claim a Rift Herald with it. They certainly have enough strength to do so.
They absolutely do. He is level 6 up. What is
Okay,
that?
early play
Almost
here.
1,000 gold too on the enemy jungler. But you know, Queen's Revenge find their way into the Herald pit, and they may be able to take this one uncontested.
Yeah, they have the support that has roamed up. Kraydog is here, so If they even try to go for it, it's going to be uneven numbers. Once they realize, though, I think Hambam and Venoms can definitely push up, but they're playing it super safe. Look at this. QR Princess also gets the wave in, so there is no punish available. That is some really good macro in play coming out from QR Princess.
Oh, I thought the Mordekaiser was gonna steal that blue buff with his passive again. I was like, oh, that's yeah, hate to see it. The Mordekaiser trying to be a good jungler and ends up taking it just because of the way his kit works. But no, Victor takes that blue buff and is gonna make this laning a lot easier and a lot better for him too, since he can just force Seraphine out of the lane left and right with the way his laser poke, the laser poke that he is landing left and right.
Yeah, this is mid lane that Seraphine does lose CS on. The range of that laser is hard to deal with, but I think Princess here is just going to be able to pick up the waves, no punish, so I like that. Yeah, it's excellent Rift take, especially when they were down. So Queen's Revenge, I'm just so impressed. I'm going to say it again. Great macro.
Excellent macro too, and it gives them an opportunity to set a priority for this second Drake. They can drop that Herald whether they want to do it bot lane or top lane, not bot lane or top lane, bot lane or mid lane. Get the prio to walk into the Drake so that they have to contest with the Herald and potentially get a dragon out of it too.
All right. Man, this Darius CS
Ooh.
is starting to mount, and they've set up traps on both sides yet again. This time, though, Hunter is in the bush. Oh, did they?
Did
I
they
don't think they caught
spot
that.
him? I don't think they spotted him either.
Oh, now they
Oh,
know.
they do now. The vision from that Void Seeker is going to point
Wait, they're
out where
going?
Hunter Wolfsteal is. The Splash is trying to look for it. The grasp is not enough to bring him back, but is going to be a 5-man take of this Drake.
Yeah, they're going to have to give. They do not have Gnar here, so Firefight without the TP will not be able to join. And even though they get the Rift Herald, they're not going to be able to pick up the Dragon. So now they have to decide where they're going to place it. They can't use it for that Dragon pressure. They have about 2 minutes to get the plates, and that's pretty much where the Rift Herald's value comes from. Looking for Hunter Wolfsteal to find the angle on the Rift Herald here. And time is ticking.
It definitely is ticking. I want to see how long before it does expire. It won't tell me, unfortunately. I can't ping it like I could in game to figure out how much time I got left. But that is about 3/4 of the way done. Hunter Wolf still needs to be able to find an angle for this Herald. And he might be looking for it in the mid lane by the way he is just focusing it with the gank left and right on top of that epic champion.
I think it might actually go for Firefight, as it's going to be really hard to push up against the Victor right now. And the Gnar has the best push of the mid and top lane. Otherwise, he might just make a recall and run straight to bottom to try to drop it there.
And you know what? I think bottom is probably the better play here since that Kraken Slayer has been picked up by that Misfortune. She is an item ahead of Wham Bam. First time this series as well, but Hunter Wolfsteal is going to be looking for the top lane
I
on
thought it
this
goes
Herald
wide.
play. The Ghost was placed, and the Apprehend is going to land. Firefight is going to be the hostage that Darius takes. Meanwhile, the Splash is trying to get a little bit cheeky with the way he is in that jungle. The stun is going to be landing for that Solar Flare. He's going to be able to take Cray Dog right into the dungeon. The rest of his team is here to follow. It is going to be a 4v1. Cray Dog is going to be able to flash out of that one. Really good bullet time, but an even
Oh,
better
the
killer
cleanse.
instinct from Ham Bam on the back line. The Mordekaiser with the isolation Q damage. The exhaust on the QR Princess has to flash right out of that one just to survive. But first turret is actually going to fall in favor of Queen's Revenge there.
Yeah, Princess had a good bull time lined up, but there was a lot of ways to get out of it. Flashes coming out. Oh, Elsa from Frozen. I
Gonna
don't
be
know about
trying
this
to take that Herald, but
one.
they're able to get that second charge. A nice
Oh,
pillar to
nice
stop the
apprehend.
Brandis tracks, but a double pull right into under turret. Hunter Wolfsteer falls down to the turret. Good apprehend right there by the Darius.
Yeah, definitely followed the Rift Herald to his own death. As right there. As that double apprehend, Elsa, there is a lot of skill showing in this Darius play right now.
And you know, a lot of skill on both sides of the rift at this point. From the side of Queen's Revenge, Kraydog with a really good solar flare to lock down that Mordekaiser and an even quicker reaction time to flash out of the damage that was going to follow from it. And you know what? And we look at the other side of the bot lane, you know, Wham Bam, Ham Bam, just just huge on the way he's playing so aggressive with this Kaisa, and I love it.
Yeah, was able to pick up the kill onto. Was it two girls, one bush? I
It
don't.
was Kraydog.
Oh, it was Kraydog. Using the cleanse on the exhaust right away, pretty much securing that kill. So Ham Bam doing good so far with that cleanse, putting it to good use. Oh, another gank
Ooh,
mid.
really great route from Two Girls One Bush, and the better
Also a flare
follow up, and the
lands.
solar flare, and just the chompity chomp from the River Troll to claim the victor in the end. The splash is here to stop the push, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill. Here comes
Oh,
Two
this
Girls One
lonely
Bush right
Seraphine.
into the dungeon. He is gonna get a lot of damage taken down. The encore is not gonna be
Oh,
enough
the
to
double
save
Q.
him. He comes out right in front of the double Q. Kraydog's health bar is getting very, very low. He's gonna try to retreat into the waiting arms of Hamband. Void Seeker claiming that kill.
Those are very comforting arms, but unfortunately, they do not bring life, but death. Ham Bam picks up another kill. 2-0 and 1. Oh, that is some turd aggro, my friend. Doesn't want that.
Big damage though.
Oh,
at the
the
same
root?
time, a
Hold
really
up.
great root, but the subject gate gonna come down, followed immediately by that hostile takeover, and right into the killer instinct. Ham Bam is popping off this game.
How did Hunter Wolf still survive so long? I thought that that was a dead troll a lot sooner. Venoms unfortunately gets the double buffs, but hey, that's another kill. More gold in the pockets of Cosmos's wings. Oh, they're gonna get this turret super low, but they're not gonna get it.
But they are going to find Ham Bam with that Zenith Blade. He's forced to pop that cleanse. The splashes brings Two Girls One Bush right into his Q range. Does miss it. They are going to clean up this turret with that Herald and just rotate right onto the Drake. Looking for Soul Point very early in this game.
Oh, that is going to be a very fast Dragon Stack if they do get it. They have positioning. They have to cut off the chokes and stall for time for it to splash and Ham Bam to secure this dragon. The Epic Champion not going to be zoning. It's just going to be on Elsa.
Great
They've got into the
handshake, but
river.
A really great handshake followed up by a really great solar flare in the river. They do manage to stop them, but it does not matter because Queen's Revenge cannot get to Cosmos's Wings' team in time. They run out of their own jungle, but in return, they are going to look at this mid turret.
And this is going to be a bounty if they do pick it up. And, I mean, the gold difference is not that great. So, this is good recovery on the
Whoa.
bounties.
Cuts that
and
bounty in
yeah.
half at that. The gold difference, it cuts it in half. I love it.
I'm not a fan myself, but there we go. Bounty system proving useful for Queen's Revenge here. That 3 dragon stack, though, it is awfully quick. And that is going to be right in the Mordekaiser power spike on 2 items as well. So looking forward, Cosmos's Wings, it looks like they've taken off. And they're ready to win game number 4 here. They still have to play it out, but their path has been shown to them, and they are making their way towards a win.
And you know what? This is how they're going to do it. They stack up that Wind Dragon, and they have multiple members on the side of Cosmos's Wings that just love to use their ultimates and would really appreciate a lower cooldown and the movement speed to follow just from the individual dragons themselves. So this is a really, really great game 4 coming out from the side of Cosmos's
Oh, they have a pick.
Wings, but they do got to pick onto the Leona. She tries to use that Zenith Blade to get out. A really clean Solar Flare gets a double stun, and the Make It Rain to slow them up as well. They find the pick, but they do not get it. Kraydog is playing out of his mind, not falling down there in the jungle.
Yeah, Kraydog pulling off a couple jukes and definitely tripped up a couple members there. Going up, going down,
me
and
up,
a quick
too.
flash to get out. So Kraydog put himself in a bad spot, but fought their way out of it pretty nicely. And that punish does not go through. That being said, that just shows the prowess and control that Cosmos Wings have, because even though that was the jungle of Queen's Revenge, no members made an attempt to save Kraydog.
Okay,
More
Nar's just gonna
traps
back out
being
there.
set here. Yeah.
I was getting ready for it. That looked like a sit-in Nar right there. See what I did there?
Definitely
Sit-in
trying
Nook,
to take a
sit-in Nar.
piece out of that Yordle. Firefight, though, is in mini form, so has escape options available. They're going to make their way through the jungle of Queen's Revenge #2. We'll see if they can pull a win in this one. They might have to fight, though.
Going for that red buff right here. This is what we like to see here
Oh, it's a
in
huge
these
fight.
helos. Really great encore, followed by a really great hostile revenge. It's going to hit one member, but the solar flare is going to lock up the Darius. He's on the back line trying to do
Oh,
something.
huge stun.
Oh, but a humongous stun. Two different fronts of this fight are just getting completely dominated by the side of Cosmos's wings. It turns into a 2-4-3 in favor of Cosmos's wings.
Yeah, and to Splash almost made his way out of a 3v1, almost, but didn't quite do it. They do clean up some kills on the back end of that. Epic Champion is laying down the damage on this Victor with that Leandre's doing extra to boot as well. Firefight stood no chance in the gravity well. That double stun proved very, very massive for the side of Cosmos's wings. 12-4 on the score line, but somehow this game is only 3K apart. I'm going to give some credit. Queen's Revenge, their macro is proving to hold them in this game, but they're not out of the fire. Let's be honest, Cosmos Wings, they have so much gold and strength in the right place. Elsa, yeah, this is a Nar who's just going to chase you down. Might have to burn Ghost.
Ooh, he might, but he might just decide
Almost
he wants to
Mega.
take this fight, but the Mega Gnar is coming online. The slow coming out from the boulder. Elsa from Frozen is forced to retreat out of
This
that
is
one.
an ambitious push coming up from the side of Queen's Revenge. If it pays off, they're going to make it huge, but if they get caught in fight right now, they're all going to fall apart.
Nice solar flare coming out from the Leona. Kraydog in the back line is going to get stunned up for his
Hostile
life.
takeover.
The hostile
Princess is
takeover
down.
is massive. Their AD carry has fallen to the Mordekaiser in the death realm. It is a 4v2 now, but the pillar is going to stop the pursuit to send them straight to the fountain.
Oh, doesn't get the apprehend there. The speed away from that Gnar. However, look at this. Dragon wide open and ripe for the taking. They have a shot. Hunter Wolf, can you steal it? There's the blast cone.
The heart, he does not get it. Smite a little bit too early. Victor claims it in the end. And Trundle for making an illegal play to try to steal that dragon stack.
Okay, they recognize that they could go for Baron. However, there are no members present. There's 20 seconds left on Trundle. It would be a real close one. I don't think they're going to go for it. But, importantly, they've secured themselves the soul. And this team is going to be really, really using that effectively to get engages with their ultimate. I mean, the hostile takeover can lead into some crazy plays, as well as Victor using that ultimate to just zip around the team fight and get down tons of damage. Not to mention Mordekaiser, his biggest weakness is catching up to you in the Death Realm. Well, that doesn't happen when you have a Cloud Soul. So Princess is going to be put in an even tougher spot in the Death Realm. So far, Cosmos Wings, they are really closing out this game nicely.
I mean, they might be closing out this game, but we have applauded Queen's Revenge's macro time and time again, and now it's my turn to give them the credit where credit is due. They're up in turrets. Cosmos's Wings just managed to get their second turret of the game, and for the side of Queen's Revenge, they almost have claimed the tier 2 in the top lane, and there's a little bit of damage down on the tier 2 in the mid lane, so their macro is very, very good. Trying to stay control of the map as much as they can. They get the vision down, they clear the vision out, they're getting these cross map plays to get some sort of something back. A really great handshake from Benmos right there. Stopped me in my tracks with my words, but yes, for the side of Queen's Revenge, really great macro coming out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think the macro is going to pull them through to the win. Wait, are they going to claim another turn for free? What's going on here? This should not be happening.
They took a tier 1 and They took a tier 2, but Queen's Revenge trades it for the tier 2 in the mid lane. A TP coming out from Gnar is going to send him straight to that inhibitor turret, stopping the rest of that push.
Wait, they're forming a sandwich.
Ooh, they're going to be able to
Wait a
pinch them, but
minute,
you are Princess.
Princess.
That is not where you need to be as an AD carry, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is jumping out. Elsa for Frozen, he gets a really nice heal off of that Q,
Oh,
but a
hostile
nice
takeover.
hostile takeover is going to swing the fight in the opposite direction, and it does not matter if they sandwich Cosmos' wings because they have the wings, they break free, and they just clean that team fight up.
Yeah, they've been let out of the cage here. And, man, really unfortunate for Princess. Just running, face checking right into Splash. And this Mordekaiser absolutely wrecked that misfortune in
Okay,
the 1v1.
no, they take the inhibitor and then take the Baron. Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
The way
I mean, if you have the free inhib, take the inhib. Trust.
It's
so-
just the way the game was going. I was just like, wait, did they try to take the game?
But yet, Splash has found himself in a 1v1 with the backline multiple times. And even though they had the sandwich, they just couldn't play it right in that scenario. And Princess completely ineffective in the last couple of fights. There's one shot left, but it is a Hail Mary if they do land it. This Baron fight is going to be rough for them to win. But they have the option to go for it.
Do
Frozen.
get that pillar, forcing the flash from Elsa from Frozen. But here comes the rest of the team. Queen's Revenge takes a little bit of the control of that river right there.
They're going to be having to jostle for it. And the problem is the Baron can be started by Cosmos' wings anytime, especially with that top lane pressure. They don't have a TP split, but right now they're so strong. They can just go for the 5v5 on Baron, and I think they'll win it. They just got to pull in
need
the
their
right
jungler
members in
is
the
the
right
question.
spots.
Like, my question is, could they start Baron with jungler on the opposite side of the map and just take Baron like that? So you have Kaisa, Renata Glask, and Darius on the Baron.
I would think that you would want Smite on Baron. I think that's a good idea.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not a great idea. I'm just saying it is.
I would think I would put Darius somewhere else on the map, if anything. They're going to start it up. I guess they were listening to you, as
Yes, they
Splash hasn't made his way there. Is going to cut him off with the Blast Cone. You can ultimate at any time.
Oh, he's going to be able to bring him right in.
Oh, the steal!
Steal right over to Hunter Steal, and a nice bullet time to follow up. Does not get enough damage down. Really, really good hands coming out from Hunter Wolf Steel.
I thought Splash was going to ulti this Trundle to prevent the steal. That's the one thing that was going to go wrong if it did. And Hunter gets the steal, stalls out the game. All right, not a clean take anymore from the side of Cosmos Wings, but of course, they're in the prime position right now. This dragon coming up, 30 seconds. Guess who's dead? Hunter Wolf Steel. Can't steal this one away just yet. Gonna have to make a beeline for this dragon once he spawns. There's no vision, completely blocked out. They do have some in the bottom jungle. Might be able to use that somehow, but it's gonna be difficult.
Not only that, but they starting to have supers come in and forcing one member of their team to answer that super minion push. They have allocated that Seraphine with that superior wave push to match those supers.
Elsa for
But
Frozen,
here
3
comes
level
Elsa
advantage.
for Frozen decided she wants to 1v1 the Hunter Wolf Steel. They do no damage to each other because they're so tanky.
Yeah, this Darius is a menace. 4-1-1. Look at that, completely zoning Hunter Wolf Steel away.
And they
From this
start up the
dragon.
Herald.
Half
and
HP?
hits half HP, and it's continuing to tick
Oh,
down.
hostile
Hostile
takeover.
takeover is going to hit 3 members,
Encore.
but the Encore is going to hit 3 members as well. Flashes in the back line. Elsa
Oh,
takes out
Hunter
Firefly.
Wolf Steel
He takes
down.
out the jungler. He's looking for more. He wants a triple. He does get it. He wants that quad. He takes out QR Princess. Does he get it? Yes, he does. And the Drake is continuing to fall. 2 girls, 1 bush. The last member for Queen's Revenge to get that penta. They do have that. They do have Elder buff now, and Elsa from Frozen does not care about the turrets. He is gonna use that top lane as his avenue to look for that penta. But does he get it?
All right, they are just filing down these turrets. Not going to last that much longer. There it is. This is going to be a quick end after stomping in that team fight. Elsa from Frozen doing huge amounts of damage. All the members from Cosmos's Wings stepping up in a very important game to keep their chances alive here. It's 2-2 Hyper. They evened it up, and now I think we're ready for an absolute banger of a game 5. And it's really close as to who is going to take the title today.
Oh my goodness, you said that. I got chills. I'm excited. I am ready. Game 4 turned out to be immensely, immensely in favor for Cosmos's Wings. Like you said, multiple members pulling out all the stops, putting the game on their back. There was no one player that was able to close that game out. It was a team effort to get to the finals, and a team effort to take it to game 5. And I can't believe I am saying this here for Titan Esports, but let us send it over to a quick little break. And in that meantime, let's play the Silver Scrapes.
All right, in case you missed it, I don't know how you would, because this is the last game. Someone's gonna win, someone's gonna lose. Queen's Revenge, Cosmos' Wings. They have actually switched sides this time around. We're not gonna see the same old blue and the same old red. And now, Hyper, we are going to be watching the draft for the last game. And this is it. Whoever wins, wins. And that is going to be the full season coming to an end in these closing moments.
I got chills when you said that. The final draft, the final time meeting on the Rift, the final game for Conqueror Esports and the no Conqueror League and the final game for Titan Esports here in season 12 before we head into next season. And what there is no better way to have it than a best of 5. We get the 5th game of this series. And the players are ready, we are ready. I am excited, and even more excited than that, I just got informed by our Lord and Savior on the other side, operating the Twitch stream, that we're going to get a Silver Scrapes playing in that pregame spectator delay lobby. But while the players get their wits about them, what do you want to see in this game?
I'm thinking 3 jungle band, pretty solid strat. Hunter will steal. I'm not gonna say did terrible on the Trundle. However, just the way the angles of the ganks and the level 3 early game was not as clean as before. And if that's what they need to win, then I'm thinking Cosmos Wings. You like getting the early game and controlling the game from there. Might be a solid strategy to keep going for it. Get them back on the Trundle. Now, Hunter Will Steel's not bad on the Trundle by any means, but wasn't able to utilize the champion to take over the game as well as game 3 and as well as game 2. So I'm thinking it's worth the trade off. Go for that strategy again. Pretty BM, but you know what? If it works, it works.
I mean, it worked though, and it worked in a very good way. They were, and they even better than that. They took a jungler who we usually don't see all that much played in the jungle, in the Mordekaiser, and it was doing really great work in the hands of the Splash, getting into the back line and taking out QR Princess for being able to do anything in these team fights. Literally not letting the man play the game. So, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Triple ban the jungler, get him off of his, hard carry champions, put him onto something else, and then just have like a not meta pick that you can pilot extremely well into the jungle and throw them off their game. And I love it. I want to see it again. But on the same side, I want to see Queen's Revenge expect that and have something up their sleeve as well.
Yeah,
Ooh.
definitely need to pick something more effective against what is blind picked because I think the Mordekaiser was shown early and went rampant in that game. So I think they're going to need to find a better answer. That being said, it's looking like the strategy of the 3 jungle bands is coming true. And as a jungler, yeah, that's pretty rough when they're banning all your most effective champions, especially the ones that you looked very good on in game, like that Xin. Do they lock it in the final ban? There it is, the 3 jungle bans yet again.
Jintao taken off the board. But with that, Queen's Revenge take that Renata Glask away from Cosmos's wings and putting that champion right back into their pocket. They were able to steal it away in that last game, but with the sides being swapped now, Queen's
Is
Revenge
this the
playing
Seraphine
blue
trade?
side. Ooh, is
I
it?
mean, look,
They're
they've
thinking about
traded
it.
it. Yeah, they've
There it
traded
is.
this champion every game.
Oh,
Seraphine, 100% presence in this series. Renata, probably the next closest as well. Seraphine, Renata trade happens yet again. And look at this, the early Mordekaiser pick. They're saying that Trundle didn't look so good in the Mord, but now Hunter Wolfsteal has an option to try something different. And I think that could be a very positive thing for them. They know that Trundle didn't work out. Don't have to do the salty run back. You can go a different route into a better answer.
you know what? The Fiora has been banned all 5 games. I say take the Fiora here.
Oh,
And the
I like
Olaf
where
is
you're
still up
going.
as well. They do take the Jinx though. They want that Jinx in their pocket.
All right,
But,
Princess, on
Fiora's
that
still on
Jinx
the
now.
table. Just take it before they can ban it, in my opinion.
Question is, you will probably get more jungle bans if that's the case. So,
That is true. That is true. You don't want to pigeonhole yourself too much
I
like
mean, this is
that.
already a pigeonhole, so I don't know. Imagine 5
Ooh,
bans against your jungler. That is gonna be rough. They're
that's a
thinking
lot of
about it though.
respect
I
too.
think they are thinking about what you're saying. Oh,
Ooh,
they do it. There is a potential for a all jungle ban for Cosmos's wings. Oh, Seraphine Misfortune combo. We're seeing it here. The Encore bullet time combo, very deadly. And into Jinx, Vega, Renata, not a lot of extreme mobility to get out of it either. This could be lining up a very good wombo. And now let's see their first band. If this is a jungle band, it's going to be pretty crazy draft phase here.
I mean, it puts there it is. There's an Olaf,
Ah.
another jungler right off the table. That's 4. Game 5. Do we get 5 jungle bans? Just absolutely targeting Hunter Wolf Steel in this last game.
Yeah, I mean, look, it comes at a price because they let Princess get the jinx. And I'll say it again.
Oh, we
This
get the Ornhover
pick
though.
is so good for Princess, playing it extremely well. And not to mention, they did carry a game previously on the Renata jinx. So let's not forget about that. The power in the bot lane here. Orn, engage tool being removed. Quite smart. Jinx, Renata, Orn. Very good combo. Not going to see that. Darius as well. This does mean there's a Gnar potential. We'll see if that's going to be here. And
But
now, the blind pick. What do they pick first?
you just grab the Leona, right?
I think Leona would be pretty solid. I
I mean,
agree
you
with you. That's a good pick. Nautilus, Leona, engaged champion would be amazing right here.
I feel like Leona, they're gonna
Okay,
go for a
Maokai works.
Maokai flex. Okay. Even better.
Yeah,
Um,
Maokai is someone that needs a lot more scaling, but we've seen these games go pretty long here, Hyper. So I think realizing the game is probably going to scale, Seraphine and Maokai are two team fighting monsters, and they're in this game on the same team. We'll see what Queen's Revenge can respond with. Sejuani
stop.
is as well a
Oh
strong
my
tanking champion.
goodness. What
The
is this
question, wait,
draft
hold
turned
up though.
into?
Cosmos
Please
Wings,
pick a Braum. Oh wait, no,
if
you have Renata Glass. Never mind.
if Cosmos Wings decides to get Trundle in this game,
Oh my
Sejuani will
goodness.
not be a great frontliner. Gwen, so they're gonna round it out with more damage. There are quite a fair amount of AoE ranged team fighting
Oh,
champions, so Gwen gonna be there to ignore the damage and dish back her own. And now a question for Cosmos's Wings. Do they pick up the Trundle? Something that is very good at countering
no.
Sejuani and will take her down a couple sizes. Do they lock it in? This is a very traditional counter matchup.
A
No,
Garen.
the Garen instead. They want
Oh
to
my
win the
goodness.
lane. And now, these are our final comps. There's no more draft adjustments to be made. And this is what both teams are fielding. This is what they think is going to give them the victory here. A new champion to this series, Gwen and Maokai. I'm thinking these are going to have pivotal roles in the game. Again, Cosmos Wings, the 4-man team fight from them is absolutely insane. On the reverse side, the 5v5 from Queen's Revenge is definitely superior. Elsa was not able to separate firefight on the Garen last time. Will that be different in game number 5? That'll probably determine the winner, and only time will tell.
I mean, I am just in awe at both teams right now. Both teams have so much potential to just run away with the game. And not only that, but they have so many tools to start fights and stop them. They have the scaling on the side of Queen's Revenge with the infinite scaling from Vigar, the hyper carry scaling from Jinx, and they just have this, really big not big front line, but they have a nice front line from the Sejuani and the Gwen, pulling attention over to them. But then you look at the side of Cosmos's wings, they have the Seraphine, they have the Maokai scaling coming out. And even bullet time scaling had just got reamped a little bit. So, you have scaling from that. And then Garen turns into a human Beyblade. So like the team fights and just drawing the game out is going to be so intense, and it's going to be such a bloodbath. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be an amazing game 5 to close this series out with no clear winner right off the bat.
Yeah, this is what I would call a play-by-play's dream series. Hyperactive, you've been eating good this entire game.
I
And what do you
mean,
say we give them as much time as possible for Silver Scrapes?
I think we should give them the respect that they have earned making it to game 5 in such an amazing way as well. So we will see you for the final game of Conqueror League right after Silver Scrapes and right after we get into the game. I will see you on the Rift. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you listen to the Silver Scrapes. You have watched games 1 through 4 up until now. You have seen these two titans of the Rift battle it out from Queen's Revenge and from Cosmos's Wings, and it is all down to Game 5 to close this series out to see who will become the champion of the Conqueror League here at Titan Esports. And, Krems, let me remind you that this is the last game of the season, the last game for Titan Esports, and the last time to prove yourself and to the community of Titan Esports that you are the champions of the Rift.
And all of the glory to that champion. And now there's no undoing any mistakes that you make in this game here, because all of those chances have ran out and it's down to the line on this game. And that's why, from the side of Cosmos's Wings, they plop that Mordekaiser right down in mid lane. This is a very, very interesting draft. A turn of events, you could say. We all thought Maokai was going to be in the bot lane. No, 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 no. This is a jungle Maokai and a mid lane Mordekaiser. Certainly will have a strong showing in the lane phase against Veigar, but has to make a play in this mid lane. And what a switch up on the last game.
Oh, I'm kind of blown away from the switch up as well, because like you said, we were all thinking it was Maokai support more than the jungle and the Seraphine in the mid lane. But, you know, it just proves to show that Cosmos's Wings is keeping everybody on their toes and not letting them think they know what their game plan is. They know what their game plan is, and it is just our job to observe it come into light here in the game 5. Sejuani makes
Right,
it
wait,
to
hold
the
up.
river first and is looking for this mid lane gank.
Yeah, I believe Hunter Wolfsteel's been going for an early gank pretty much all series long. Was always there first.
And there it is. She's going to jump right in there. Going to get all 5 of
Wait, the
those
pull.
stacks to proc. That champion stuck in the cage. It does not matter. He has the level 3. He has the shield. And he has his jungler in hot pursuit through the river.
Oh,
Double buffs
Hunter.
on the splash. Here comes the little saplings. He does get him rooted up. But Hunter Wolf still gets a nice dash over the wall, saving his flash from being expended right there.
Yeah, it's a long cooldown though. So Sejuani not going to be making any moves towards Scuttle anytime soon. You can see to Splash secures that one. Hold up. 2 girls, 1 bush. Low mana. Jungler's right there.
But top
Oh.
laner is there for support. So nothing goes over for the side of the Splash, and we can see the tension starting to build right now with the mid lane gank, with the counter gank, and even the little
Oh, gets the
attempt
pull?
to go for an invade as well.
All right, yeah, the Vagar is at the mercy of the Epic Champion right now on this Mordekaiser. Needs time to make the villain's revenge. And we see here to Splash is finally making his way down the bot lane. This is where a lot of action has been happening in both, I mean, in pretty much every game. But in both this game and the last game. We'll see. Oh, double scuttle, though, as Hunter Wolf sneaks in.
Oh, he doesn't see him. He was able to sneak in. They are going to be able to get those passives right off and burn that flash. The camera is flipping from the top to the bot, back to the bot, but nothing is unfolding in the bot lane.
All right, everyone, go ahead and stretch your necks after that one, as it's still going to happen. Hunter Wolf Steel, so far, putting out decent pressure. 2 ganks, and does eventually burn the flash. But
to
the Splash going to
Splash.
strike right now.
Oh, yes, he is, but that handshake is going to lock him nice and up, but that root to knock him back is going to be enough for first blood over to the Sentinel Tree of the Cosmos with wings.
Yes, of the cosmic realm of League of Legends.
There we go.
And Maokai
We could have gone
does
with that.
pick
We
up-
could have gone with
yeah.
that.
All right, also Frozen dropping pretty low here. Ignite is up for the Garen, and I think level 6, the all-in is there. Firefight has to get this wave in and back off, and looks like it's gonna do so. Meanwhile, this is another early dragon. I mean, to Splash, he's been hunting for these early dragons the whole series, and this time gets it 6 minutes in. That is quite early.
I mean, just all series we have seen, you know, both teams almost immediately off spawn hit that first Drake. A lot of priority on that first Drake.
Wait, level 6, Ignite.
Oh, really good Ignite, but no, he does not. I was hoping to see if Firefight was able to get another level advantage to see if he get that health so that Execute would not do the damage, but he did not get it. Very, very close.
Yeah, Firefight, I think that's quite greedy. You know Garen's going to hit level 6 before you right there. You saw the number on the screen, and you could have just backed and TP'd. Look at this, but now you lose a kill in the moment. I don't know what took over you. Definitely the pressure is mounting now, and both of these teams are going to start feeling each and every play as the game goes on.
Oh, and right now, Cosmos's Wings is feeling that early lead here in the game, and a Queen's Revenge is gonna try to look for something. Hunter Wolf Steel not gonna see the ward. Just kidding. I spoke too soon because clears that ward right out.
You are a liar.
I
Just
am.
straight up lying.
I'm absolute liar. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do it to y'all.
That being said, Hunter Wolf Steel is down in CS against Maokai. Both of these are very good scaling junglers, but Sejuani doesn't want to be this far behind. Once you hit level 6, though, Super Ginks will be activated. That is just 2 spells from the Mordekaiser, and that is a 1/4 of your HP, Vagar.
Oh yeah, I mean, Vigard has to be very careful.
Oh,
on
Jungler's
him.
Clash again.
Oh, right in the jungle as well. The smite is going to get secured right over by Hunter Wolf Steel. He takes the blue buff and he starts to try to make his run away. Is he gonna do it? He gets the shield from the Renata, but the flash coming out from the Misfortune. Ham Bam does secure it. He gets the double buffs and they pick up the Renata Glass in the river. You are Princess trying to outrun Ham Bam. He is slowed up. The PTA is enough to do the damage, and that's a triple kill right over to Cosmos' wings.
A bit of a desperation play. Hunter will steal. I think the pressure is stacking and going for that play baited your entire team into a fight that they did not want. And now Ham Bam, thank you, ma'am, picks up 2 kills and 2 assists. Is level 6. The splash gets on nice engage. Okay, the ultimate though from Epic Champion.
Right
Got to get the slam down.
But it doesn't matter. He takes the Vigar right under turret and walks out an absolute Chad here in game 5.
Yeah, I don't think that was necessary because that was a 2v1 and you made it a 1v1. Wait, Elsa has the ultimate, has Ignite. The stun
And
landing though.
He does have his jungler. They could be able to turn this around, and they do not do it. Firefight taking the Garen in the end.
All right, they have a win on the board. 1 kill over. Firefight does find a kill, and that's a good sign for the Gwen. However, Garen is a very, very tough matchup for them. Elsa kind of overstepped into the Sejuani, felt super comfortable. Overconfidence will kill you in this one. And look at this, no TP from the Garen, and that's just going to be an entire wave sacked right into that turret, as well as some blades going down. Huge gold diff in the top side now.
Oh, and you know what? It is just what Queen's Revenge needed. A nice shutdown over to the Gwen. 3 tower plates due to the lack of TP, and now they can start to look for something through the top side like they've been playing all series long.
Yeah, Queen's Revenge now, though, on the back foot. They're going to have to find a way to recover here. They did pull it off in game number 2, but now this is a pretty significant lead, about 2.4k. They might have to give up another dragon. And Cosmos Wings, they really have been gunning these dragons on cooldown. So we'll see where they're going to go with that one. Was that a Rift Herald take? It was.
It didn't
To
pop up on our
splash?
screen.
It never does.
Oh, 2 girls, 1 bush. This
Oh, go
was able
for
to
it.
get out of that grab, but not able to get out
No
of that
ult.
knockback. But a nice trade damage right onto the splash. Vigar showing what he can do, even though he's caught out in that mid lane. But with that being said, the splash kind of just is hovering as he waits for that Drake to come off a cooldown.
I think you should really look for an angle bot lane, Maokai, but it looks like they're really trying to set back 2 girls, 1 brush as they drop the Rift Herald mid. They're going to use it for the pressure onto the dragon. I do think it would be better spent on the bot side. You have an amazing 3-man combo. Look at the wombo that they could do. Set up a kill and a turret dive and then the plates and then the dragon. But they're going to opt for something a little quicker, a little safer in this dragon play instead.
You know, that's something you just got to do too. Super Mega Death Rocket almost able to take that one a little bit more on that, and they could have taken it to Champion. The Champion right there getting a little bit cheeky with that invade on the red side, but
Nature's
it
grasp.
does not matter. The whiff of the Encore is going to save him in the end.
Hunter Wolf Steel has to fight for tooth and nail to farm, and that is a very annoying position to be in as a jungler. Everyone just constantly invading you, trying to take away your gold, and that's when you become a greedy jungler gremlin like we saw earlier. Hunter Wolf Steel really been put on the back foot. So many bans, and now the entire team of Cosmos' Wings is trying to mess with you.
I mean, what can you do? So what do you do here if you're Queen's Revenge? How do you stop the bleeding and put yourself back into a position to swing this game in your favor?
Well, they definitely do not want to give away any more kills or significant amounts of gold. This gold lead, if it extends into the late game, will not mean that much. So they should try to use that superior macro that they had in games 4 as well as game 2 to stem the bleeding. And also Firefight has started to become quite an effective top lane champion. Gwen hitting that mythic first is actually a huge deal. So they could play through Firefight right now. And why not? Hunter Wolfsteel's been making so many ganks up there. Might as well play towards your top laner for once.
I mean, you know what? I am all for it. Accelerate the Gwen, put the Garen behind. They are even in CS, but the Gwen is ahead in the gold department, not by much, only 200 gold. She decides to take that trade very aggressively. But I am curious to see what this Garen build. He did rush those tier 2 attack speed berserker boots. So I'm curious to see if he's going to do this crit build that can be now done with that recent buff that he received.
Yeah, Moral Reminder is going to be useful against the Gwen, that is for sure. So if that is going to make an appearance, why not? The Ruby Crystal makes me question what the Mythic is going to be. So we'll see. In the
Maybe
future.
a Triforce?
I don't know. It's hard to say. It's just 3 really basic items, so we won't get to know until later. Trap being set up top side. Can they pull it off? Firefight, if they want a chance, needs to win out in this play again. Both junglers are there. 2v2 incoming.
It's going to be a gank. It's going to be a counter gank. Firefight starts to fight off. Here comes the needlework.
Oh, there it is.
But the nice glacial printing coming out from Hunter Wolfsteel. Now they turn their attention to the splash. The last final tick of the needlework. Gonna hand the kill right over by a cross map. Super mega death rocket coming from QR Princess. If you're worried about your top laner getting ahead, that's what you do. But if you're from the side of Cosmos' wings, you just answer with a clean engage from your bot lane as well, but nothing coming out of it. Big ultimates burn, another fight gonna break out in the mid lane. Like you said, it is a play-by-play's dream, game 5.
All right, 2 girls, 1 bush, giving the epic champion a ring around the rosy right there, just running away from the Mordekaiser. Does spend a lot to do so, but this top side, all right, it looks like Queen's Revenge do call it. We're gonna play through Firefight, and it's looking nice and clean with that Sejuani and Gwen burst kill. I mean, Elsa from Frozen couldn't even use Flash. That's how tight it was. And that is excellent play coming out from there. Gwen, good news for them in the future.
Ooh, and then the Stride Breaker is going to get locked up for that Garen. Going to make it really hard for... Ooh, really good root. I'm going to have to stop what I'm talking because it looks like it might to a kill for Ham Bam, and it does.
Yeah, that projectile.
Oh, wow. That was really good.
Slow but deadly.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean,
was not
Grey Dog
expecting that
just,
damage.
Grey Dog just watching his impending doom come closing in as this dragon. What an apt time to pull off a kill because Grey Dog's going to be late here, and a fight starts right now.
In a pinch right there in the choke point of the dragon entrance, but a nice flash coming out from Hunter Wolfsteel. It is a 5-man push here in this mid lane. And Queen's Revenge do not have an answer at this moment.
All right, they're getting zoned out, but that is the Maokai ultimate being burned. 4 ults are still left up from the side of Cosmos' wing, so they have a lot of potency. Grey Dog is here now. Doesn't have the ultimate, needs a few more seconds, and then they should be A-okay to start their wombo.
The hostile takeover is off a cooldown. It's going to be a 5-man fight for this third Drake Soul Point if you're Cosmos with wings, and the Soul Stack if you are from the side of, and a huge wombo combo coming out, but the stopwatch is going to get burned from the Grey Dog, and the fight has turned into absolute chaos, but Elsa from Frozen takes out Grey Dog. That handshake is not going to be useful. That pass is not going to be here in this fight. The Epic Champion takes out the fire on the fifth line. Firefight is going to go down just as well. QR Princess is going to get pinched by 2 beefy bruisers from the side of Cosmos' wings. A triple kill to the Mordekaiser, and a dragon over to the team of Cosmos with wings.
That was so close. That fight was on the line, and then it swings in the favor of Cosmos' wings off the back of Epic Champion, the king of the Death Realm, Gladiator Pit, picks up the kills in the back line, securing multiple important kills onto those damage dealing members. They're going to pick up the Rift Herald as well. This is objective control domination coming out from Cosmos' wings. And even though Princess is on that Jinx, it's just having a hard time dishing out the damage. Their positioning overall is being thwarted by these massive team fighting champions and ultimates.
Are you serious right now?
Okay, what happened?
Queen's
Don't-
Revenge forces, not even forces, they take Cosmos's wings off of the Herald with just a vision plant, and then Hunter Wolf Steel just walks in solo, cleans up the rest of the Herald, and
Yeah.
what? That doesn't make
Okay.
any amount of sense.
Well, you don't need to get the Rift Herald if you're on Cosmos's wings. You're so far ahead now. Don't need to risk it, as well as the fact that I don't think they had much vision. So that could have been a whole squad coming right in to ruin your day. They will go for the safe play. It was a bluff. They get bluffed. You know what happens sometimes, Hyper.
It
You get
happens.
bluffed and you don't call it.
Even the best poker players fall for the pocket deuces when you think he's holding pocket rockets. But I do gotta say though, the first turret going right over to Queen's Revenge, that macro coming out, just here in game 5 is saving them so much, trying to keep that gold
Wait,
lead
TPs?
down to a minimum, but the TP coming right out of the Vigar. They're gonna try to look for a 4-man, make that a 5-man pinch right onto this.
Oh,
Mordecai.
Princess is caught.
To a 1v1. QR Princess has to burn that heal, but he is going to fall in the end, right to the fountain, but so does the Mordecais. Are going to join him right on the other side. Firefight is able to get into the fight, but is going to get rooted up right by the double root from the Seraphine. The fight fizzles out, and it is a 1-for-1 in the end.
All right, Queen's Revenge. They spend a lot just for an even 1-for-1. And then Elsa picks up a top lane turn, and the mid lane falls as well. Hunter trying to continue the fight. Okay, doesn't eventually pull in the rest of the members. But that is actually a huge win from the side of Cosmos's wings because they burn a lot of sums. They get 2 turrets, and just for a 1-for-1 trade, and you killed Princess of all things, definitely winning their book. I mean, Queen's Revenge tried their hardest, but they didn't get the play they were looking for.
You know what? I think it's time that you look at Firefight and you say, brother, carry me to the late game. We're going to put the team on your back so we can get to that late game so that this Jinx can pump the damage out, so that this Vigar can scale to the point where he can just drop his send to fountain, do not pass go, to not collect $200 button right on the 80 carry, and then start to turn these fights in their favor.
Yeah, that is what that spell is called. So we have,
Go to jail, do not pass go.
yeah, they wouldn't call it something sensible like Primordial Burst, because that's stupid. Who would name a Vigor's ultimate Primordial Burst?
I mean,
I
it's just
think
too
your
easy.
name-
I mean, come on.
Yeah, no. I think no, of course. Your name is way more reasonable, as they have 1 minute away from a Dragon Soul. And I have to say, another Dragon clean sweep from the side
Ooh.
of Cosmos's wings would be crazy to see here.
And not only
Look,
that,
I mean,
it is
Queen's Revenge has played the turret game, right? But they
Right.
have been losing on the Dragon game consistently.
They have. But I do have to say, though, that they have starting to make their way into the jungle here, trying to clear out those saplings, that vision. You know, Hunter Wolf Steel is a little bit tanky right now. He can tank some of those saplings up so that he
They
can
saplings
clear the
continue.
way, but it doesn't matter. The splash is just throwing them out left and right like free throws at this point. The Herald was dropped in the top lane. Let's see if he can let's see if he can get a charge off while the 5 members of Cosmos with Wings are here for this sole point of Fire Drake.
All right, the dragon spawning soon, and I'm seeing a lot of red vision for the side of Cosmos's wings. Firefight tried to push in the bottom side, but Elsa's there to match, and now, look at this, there's no clean ways in. Firefight just walking straight in.
Does not matter, he is the Chad, he wants the game. He wants to be the champion, but that champion is going to take Kraydog out of the fight. No hostile takeover right here. He flashes over the wall. He is going to be able to come out of it, and the hostile takeover is going to be able to hit 3 members.
Oh, huge
Stolen up
stun
for another
combo.
time, but a huge bullet time coming out from the MF is going to be able to zone off the rest of the team, while Elsa from throws and gets a double kill. Sejuani tried to get into the pit to steal the Infernal Soul away from Cosmos' wings, but is not able to do it. The top lane, tier 2, does fall to the Herald, and now Cosmos' wings is looking for the Baron.
Oh, they go for the Hail Mary, and they don't land the completion. And now this Baron is looking so vulnerable. 3K, 2K, 1K dead. They pick it up on the side of Cosmos' wings, and they've been soaring ever since game number 4. This is a complete turnaround in the series. It looked like Queen's Revenge was going to cinch it, and now they are striking back in a big way in game 4 and now game 5. This is probably the biggest gold lead in the series at 23 minutes. And with 4 Drakes and a Baron, you would have to think that they can close it out. I don't know what tricks Queen's Revenge have, but they better pull it out now because there is not much left to be done in this game.
I think they still have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. I mean, they were able to get turret bounty off of that top lane, tier 2, with the Herald as they all 5 members fought in the river right there. And they almost were able to get it too. A couple of missed positions here and there. Sejuani having to actually get out of the blue side jungle. 3 members from Cosmos' wings pushing her back. But that champion taking this tier 2 turret, I don't think they are out of this game just yet. They have enough tools in the bag to get them to stop the bleeding, to turtle up, and weather the storm that is coming. Glacial Prism is going to whiff. Here comes
Maokai
Nature's
flank.
Grasp. A flash coming from QR Princess is having to force out that cleanse. The splash is right on top of her under turret, but a nice bullet time and a really huge kill coming out for QR Princess. She is excited but can't do anything about it. The Baron buff is laying siege to this tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Are they able to stop it? The handshake is going to whip. The tier 2 turret falls, and they are going to continue their pursuit onto the inhibitor.
All right, Viger has the Primordial Burst. There is an angle with that Super Mega Death Rocket. If they do that and get the resets, there is potential to stave off this Baron and keep their lives in this game.
Ooh, a really good stun from that cage, but it's going to hit the wrong member. They really needed to hit wham bam there. Mordekaiser does not care what they're doing in the mid lane.
Oh,
He is in the
handshake
bot
miss.
lane. He is laying siege to that inhibitor turret. He does manage to take it. Hunter Wolfsteal is going to stop the inhibitor from being taken. The inhibitor turret in the mid lane still stands. Baron buff almost off the table now.
All right. They somehow don't give over an inhib with all that wave clear. Vagar and Jinx, very potent in getting a burst kill. 2 executes as well as tons of damage. Needed that 1 handshake to really turn the game around. This is a 10K gold lead. And I want to stress,
A nail biter at that.
this is a very insurmountable amount of gold. Mistakes would have to be made from the side of Cosmos' wings. And if they choke it at the finals, game 5, that would be absolutely crazy to see. 2 minutes away from 2 major objectives. I think
Which
they
one do you
have the
take?
positional advantage. The answer is both.
Okay, that works.
If they let you, you get both. If they fight you, you just kill them and win the game. So this is potentially the last fight, unless it's the closest fight we've ever seen. I think this is going to be game.
I mean, let's look at the Gwen right there. She's been side laning this entire time since that last fight, and I do believe has enough in the tank for that 3rd item. Whether she goes for that Demonic Embrace or that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, we're going to have to wait and see after she finishes channeling this back. But Cosmos with wings are going to start to make their way right into the jungle of the red side from Queen's Revenge, getting that early setup to make sure that they cannot walk freely without them knowing, and to be able to punish them for it as well.
Yeah, they are being corralled into their base, and that means they can't lay down any vision at any of these objectives here should be an easy take. It is so hard face checking all the way from your base into jungle and then into the river. So it's looking like from the side of Cosmos Wings, you are closing them out here and looking victory straight in the face. That cup is staring you down. You see the gold in your eyes. And now it's all about using your last bits of strength to lift that cup, to take it in your hands. It's only moments away from victory.
Moments away, inches away. Like you said, the gold in their eyes. You can almost say the light at the end of the tunnel
Well,
for
that
the
would kind
last.
of mean they're dying. I don't want to. I'm not trying to
Well, I
put
mean,
their
but
image.
the gold glinting at the end of the tunnel. You know what I mean? 9 seconds for this Elder, and Hunter Wolf Steel is going to be able to get the splash right into 3 members of her team, but Nature's Grasp is not going to let them have anything. Hostile Takeover is going to hit 3 members. Also for Frozen to take out Sejuani, and the Mordekaiser eliminates, absolutely obliterates Greydog in the Death Realm. 2 members down, 5 members of Cosmos' Wings are going to have this Elder buff in hand. They have 1 inhibitor exposed, 2 inhibitor turrets to go, and the Nexus beyond that. They look to take the Elder, and then they turn their attention to the Baron because it has hit the map now.
All right, they're playing
Super
it
Mega
really
Death Rocket
careful.
not going to do anything.
Yeah, they're playing it real careful. They leashed it out. They did zone them completely away, and Hunter Wolf Steel is dead. So they're just really crossing the T's and dotting the I's here. And with double buffs, that's going to give them plenty. Princess just might be dead straight away.
Yes, she is. It does not matter. The Elder buff coming in very strong because Mordekaiser
Trying to
loves.
heal?
Oh, he's going to be able to actually get pinched by 2 members. The Encore is going to be able to land. Seraphine picks it up. Mordekaiser claims the jungler, and it is now a 5v3 again. Now, double buffs about to go over to the side of Cosmos' Wings. They have the ability to end the game right after this huge objective is claimed.
All right, they have the double OP buffs, and now it's just a matter of destroying these turrets here. And unfortunately for the side of Queen's Revenge, they are helpless victims. All they can do is wait for their impending doom.
Grasp is going to come in to see if they can end the game. A hostile takeover is going to land, but it does not matter because Elder buff and Baron buff are too strong. The turret's going to try to do a little bit of damage, but that is it. That is the game. Game 5, Silver Scrapes is going to go right over to Cosmos with Wings. They came into these playoffs finals 3-0. Queen's Revenge try to give them a really big upset as the underdogs 2-1. And they're not able to pull it out. Cosmos with Wings, you are the champions of the Fall League for Titan Esports. I lost my words because that was a very, very clean finish they pulled out from us.
Yeah, the clean dragon sweep. And not to mention the triple jungle ban being the win in their sails, shutting down Hunter Wolf on those early game champions that he plays and giving themselves the opportunity to snowball the early game their way and then close it out in clean fashion. Not to mention Mordekaiser being absolutely pivotal in both their wins here in game 4 and 5. I am surprised this champion ended up being so useful. And now I think it's time for us to find an interview with the victors here. Hyper, I think we have to talk to one of these champions.
I mean, I am with you 100%, but out of all of the members on the side of Cosmos' Wings, who do we want to grab? My vote would be to the jungler, the Splash.
Yeah, the Splash made a lot of crazy plays, and not to mention, had to go toe to toe with what we would call the carry of Hunter Wolf Steel. So that was a great matchup to see, and to Splash does find his way on top of that. So I'm down with that one. I mean, I could get an interview with anyone here, but I would just love to just pick the brains of the champion
Actually,
and talk
a-
about that
how
three jungle
about
ban.
how about we grab the bot laner, Ham Bam? He was in the All-Star team for the fall season. He is the champion for the fall season. I think he deserves the credit. I think he deserves the recognition. And I just realized that as I called out the splash. So I would say let's grab Ham Bam. Let's get him in here. Our production team is working on it. Let's see if we can actually get it though.
Yeah, I think we are going to find out. You know what? We're not going to bother wasting your guys' time here. When we come back, we're going to have an interview with a champion, maybe one, maybe two. We'll see who decides to come to the interview room and start talking about this game here. Don't go anywhere as we get words from our Titan Esports Conqueror League champion. It's going to be Cosmos Wings.
Thank you for waiting patiently, ladies and gentlemen. We have two members from the side of Cosmos' Wings. We have their team captain in the top lane, Pyrus. Tell me specifically how that last game felt. Looked like an absolute masterclass all around gameplay.
Yeah, that last game was a lot less stressful than some of the previous ones for sure. I think we had a pivotal mistake in draft in two specific games, and then once we took care of that, wasn't as bad anymore. But yeah, that last game was like the easiest one of all five, I think. So it feels good.
All right. And we also have your all star ADC member for the Fall League. And now he is the champion here at the end of the finals. Ham Bam! How does it feel, my man?
It feels amazing. It feels really good.
I can just feel the
You got
energy
you gotta
flowing from him. You're just overflowing with energy and
yeah. I say you
Sorry,
gotta
I'm
sound
not
more
very
excited,
hyped.
dude. You gotta be like it feels really good, you know,
Hell yeah, it felt
like let's go, like start
amazing.
screaming, Hamza.
I don't know. It was good. I had a good time. Competition was alright.
All right,
It was fun.
I'm imagining an extreme pop off from Hamza, maybe H box level, as he did pick up that victory there. Now you were talking about a critical draft error. Was the fix 3 jungle bands?
Yeah, like the moment we were in draft, we were like, guys, this Xin Zhao is kind of giving it to us. You know, we're kind of getting
Really
a
giving
little
it
bit
to us.
fucked on by this Xin Zhao. We were like, why don't we just ban that instead of Misfortune? Like, I mean, the bot lane's really not the issue. Like, Hamza and Venoms are running away with it like every game, even when we lose. So we were just like, yeah, we'll just ban Xin Zhao, and then we did, and it was extremely easy. Like after we did, so it was a token to success that Xin Zhao ban.
I mean, not only was it the token of success, you carried that into game 5 with a triple, not even a triple, but a quad jungle ban, really targeting Hunter Wolf Steel there. What was that just the avenue for success? Just if we're gonna have to win the game, we're gonna have to make one of the members the weakest link and then just attack it left and right.
I think the thought process for us was like, we know that Hunter is, you know, and no offense to anyone else, but like Hunter was by far the best player on that team, and they were like hard prioing Seraphine. We were kind of realizing like the Seraphine's not really doing anything in these games. Like Renata started to feel like an issue, but it was like all Hunter in the games that they won. So we're like, okay, if we just ban this champ that he's popping off on, I think we can take it pretty easily from there. Like we all sort of agreed that like our lanes are not having trouble. It's just that Hunter is like hard carrying the game. So yeah, that's why we chose to just ban Xin and then go for a fourth ban just to make sure that Olaf couldn't go in the Mord. And then from there, you know, I guess it speaks for itself.
Yeah, no
All right,
kidding.
so you didn't really think Seraphine was much of an issue, but you guys kept trading Renata, Seraphine in draft. And of course, the one team who picked up the Renata and the Seraphine together did have a great game. But how did you feel about the prio in these two champions? How do you think you played it? How do you think they played it?
Hamza, do you want to answer, or do you want me to just keep going?
I'll say some stuff about this. I think we weren't really too worried about them having Seraphine. It was just seemed to be a pretty strong B1 for the most part, or R1 for them. But whenever it was open for us, we did also take it. Renata, on the other hand, did feel like a very priority pick in this series, and um, especially together with Seraphine, I felt like that one game, game 2, I believe, we had a lot of trouble dealing with both of those together. But I think once we dealt with draft and once we figured out what we wanted to play and what we wanted to play against, it felt quite easy.
No, it absolutely did. And I just gotta say though, when the camera shifted over to the bot lane in that early game, I was always excited because not only was your play really great, really hovering this
Hmm.
line of passive and aggressive at the same time, uh showed me how Ezreal's supposed to play and what I'm doing wrong in game 1, and not even losing the mental throughout the series, and just eventually turning into a huge carry. That game 5 bullet times were incredible. So no questions. I have no question to ask, but all praise and love here. But that was just an all-out amazing performance as an ADC main.
Yeah, I think you were excited to see the bot lane because every time you'd pan down, you'd see a double kill. You'd
Yeah,
see. Also,
feel
by
great.
the way, I
Felt
want
great.
I want to point this out real quick.
Uh,
Pardon the language, but Venoms is like the best fucking support in this whole league, and it's not even close.
100% agreed.
People will
100%
be
agreed.
sleeping on him the whole league. No one said anything about him except for like that one series where they're like, "Wow, Venoms is doing well." No, it's better than that. He's the best fucking support. I want that to make that extra clear. I mean, we did just win, so it's pretty obvious, but I just want to make sure there's no doubts. He actually gapped every single support, and Hamza reaped the benefits of that. It was just so easy from there. Like honestly,
All
I
right.
mainly got
people be
carried.
sleeping
I
on it.
honestly didn't do much.
So
Also blows my
Hamza
little brother.
getting carried by Venoms in the bot lane.
You
Gotta
heard it here.
gotta
The All Star
like
ADC was carried by his support, not the other way around.
I do want to talk about another thing in draft that worked out very well, and there was not much of a counter from the side of Queen's Revenge here, and it's that Mordekaiser pick. You guys did manage to weasel it into the mid lane in game number 5, but it turned out to be quite a power pick in the series, multiple times getting onto Princess and or other important squishy members. Where did you guys come up with this Mordekaiser pick? And then in game number 5, you put it mid lane. Who had that idea?
Um, well, for people who don't know this, Sean, our mid laner, or Epi, I guess, he's like a Mordekaiser main, and he plays it mid, and he has like a disgusting, ridiculous win rate on it. I think it's like 70 something percent. So, I don't know. Halfway through the series, we were just like, yo, by the way, we could just pick Mordekaiser because like they picked it, and we were like, oh yeah. So we just flexed it 3 ways because like I play it, and so does our jungler. So
Being able
also,
to flex
I wanna say a little bit separate from your like, what's with the lack of like praise for Epi? I feel like he should
That
be
guy
getting
is
interviewed,
goaded.
not me. I feel like it should be him. Can we get him in here?
Epi,
I want.
Epi being
Well, hold
the
up, hold up. You're flaming us, but production said that you were the only two who want to do an interview. Okay, I've got to fight
Nah,
for production here.
no. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't even remember what they said.
That's all
We
good.
we would have
I'm not
taken it.
trying to
We would
play.
have taken it.
Yeah, yeah.
Sean did play really well. Epi is a monster. This guy, I don't think I played with a mid laner that I feel
I
so
mean,
good about.
you're talking about the Mordekaiser. I think Epi did amazing on the Victor. What do you guys think about
He did,
this
yeah.
Victor
Yeah,
pick
yeah.
for
Victor
you
is like
guys?
one of his main champs too, and he
Mhm.
always puts on a show with that champ. I know Victor's like
Every
really
time
like popular, but he makes it look better than most people can.
I was gonna say, every time I watch this guy play Victor, it's like I'm watching Jovi. He's triple my CS, up like 14 CS per minute. It's
Well, he
incredible to
didn't
watch.
choke in an important game. So, are you upset
oh
about that?
Oh, whoa,
Well,
wait,
that
oh
is true.
shots fired.
whoa, whoa, whoa. No, no, no. He didn't choke. You mean Hunter? Hunter did it. Hunter did it to him. That's what it was. He didn't choke.
Exactly.
Epi doesn't choke.
Never joked.
Yeah, I mean, look
Chovy
solid
kind of
and
jokes.
like he did. He definitely did. He doesn't choke all the time, but he did.
He did
Look
this
solid
tournament.
throughout the entire series. I mean, I think you guys did really play together as a team. So whoever is pulling the shots around here, credit to you. Maybe you can shout them out. Who's calling the shots? Who's doing most of this team fight direction as well as macro? Who's finding the angles? You want to just reveal your secrets right here?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Hamza. I feel like I know it's like a pretty standard answer, but it actually is like a team effort. Like we don't have like one person like controlling comms at all.
We we've
Like,
never really talked about it too much, but we don't have one person calling comms. We
yeah,
have 5 people calling things out, and then we're all
yeah. I feel
working
like we're
together to
pretty
figure out
comfortable
things.
doing that too. So it's kind of
Mhm.
like
Like during the
it doesn't
fight, I'm
really.
hearing Sean call out sums. I'm hearing this guy calling out targets. I'm hearing that guy calling out what we're gonna do next, and we're all just kind of working together, right? It's not really a maybe for setup. Like sometimes I'll call out the ways we want to set up or something, or like Tal will see like a play and we'll go for that. But
That's me, by
during
the
the
way.
fight, yeah, Pyre, sorry. During the fight, it's just a collaborative effort.
Teamwork makes the dream work here. All right. So I think that's enough of us asking you how those games went. We're going to turn it over to you. You shouted out Venoms already, but this is your opportunity to either bask in the glory on your own or share some of it with other members. Do you guys have anyone you want to shout out or talk about before we close it out here?
I'll let you start, Hamza. If there's anyone you wanna.
Sorry, can you say that again? I didn't quite catch it.
All right. You either get to bask in the glory or shout out, just
Right,
thank your mom. I
right.
don't know. I'm going to throw it over to you guys.
I
Choke
think
the eagle or remain humble.
I think I definitely want to thank my whole team. I think everyone put in the effort. Everyone put in the time. Nobody ever showed up late to a scrim. It was incredible. It was great. I definitely do want to take the glory in saying that I'm the best AD carry in this league by far, and nobody comes close. Not even close.
True.
And
Very
that's
true.
all for me. Thanks.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
I
Yeah,
think
go for it.
I wanna. So not only do we have all 5 best players, I think it goes without saying that all 5 of us are the best in the league, and it's really not close, like Hamza said. But also we have the best logo in the league, and it's not even close. My girlfriend drew it for us, hand drawn. very awesome logo. It just smurfed on every other logo. I also want to shout out T Splash because no one really talked about him at all in like any of the articles or anything. I think he goes hard. I just want to give him a little bit of spotlight and yeah, thanks to everyone who watched. Like we had so many of our friends watching this game and like people like family and stuff. So thanks to everyone who was watching. Shout out to all
It
you
was
guys.
incredible. Thanks for coming out.
I
Thanks
do
for
want to
watching and
say,
support.
Captain Flowers was watching you guys lose in game number 2.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yep,
Oh
yep,
my
yep.
god. The only
I was so sad the game after. I saw some screenshots and I was like, no way he just watched me shit the bed.
Yeah,
bro.
he
No
probably
way."
thought you guys got 3-0'd or something like that.
So
And-
I'll a little tidbit. My duo partner over in Risen, when we were going into at the end of quarterfinals, I told him, you know what? Since Worlds has ended, when we have our finals on Saturday, I'm just gonna YOLO Hail Mary tweet him, say, hey, we got finals going on since the pros ain't doing anything. I figured to do that today. I said I retweeted, I added him, and I was like, hey, we got games playing over here. It's the finals over at Titan. Shows up in chat. And
That was
then
you? That's sick.
then at the end of it, he just hit me up like during like the beginning of your guys' game 5 and said, "Hey, let me know who wins." So
nice.
There
Please
we
let him know who
go.
That's
won.
cool. That's so cool.
I
I couldn't
already
believe it
done.
because my friends messaged me. They're like, "Hey, Captain Flowers watching." I was like, "Yeah, stop trolling." Like, shut up, bro. And then they
Um,
sent me proof, and I was like, "Oh my god."
No way, dude.
I have a screenshot, by the way, of him giving me a
Yeah.
little bit of feedback because I asked for it. So if you
Oh,
got,
shit.
if you need the proof, I have the
No,
proof.
I believe it. I saw it. I saw it with
I
my own
saw him,
eyes.
bro.
Yeah, it was crazy. I
That
saw
was
it.
amazing.
Can I get one more shout out before like we're done here?
Oh, of
Yeah.
course, of course.
I want to shout out A Oshi in the chat. He's the best Tarek 80 carry anyone will ever see. Underrated sub. He's good. Just want to say that. That was all.
Oh yeah.
All right.
All right, the sub that wasn't necessary.
He was necessary. We needed
Second
him
best
for the. He
support in
gave
the
us
league.
Zaza.
Second best support in the league.
No. He's an ADC.
No, he's an
ADC
80 carry
Tarek.
Oh,
card.
sorry,
Yeah,
ADC.
ADC
80 carry
Tarek
card.
main.
I love
Okay,
it.
that makes a lot of sense here. As I think, guys, we're gonna close it out here. We spent a lot of time talking about this exciting game. The best team ever. Everyone is number 1 in their position, even though it was 3-2 in the game. Cosmos Wings.
True.
They're taking it. They're the champions, as well as the best trash talkers in the league so far, from what I've seen. That's it, everybody. It was a banger game 5. They did it just for us, keeping us on the edge, but they closed it out in those last 2 games. Hyper, gotta thank you for laying down the bars in that game. And I always shout out my production. Fort, thank you for inviting me to this league and having me cast an amazing BO5 series.
I have to agree with you. Production coming up very well, giving us the opportunity to cast this amazing series of cast the last game of the season, to see the champions of the Conqueror fall, to see the All-Star ADC claim his title, to see the best team in Conqueror League reign supreme on the Rift. Cosmos's wings did not fall for the Icarus legend, and they did not get too close to the sun. They were able to keep their wings right, spread way out far, and just cast a shadow of their dominance over everybody. I want to thank you as well, Krems, for joining me today. Just throwing the banter back and forth. It was really good. I enjoyed myself. I really hope you guys in the chat enjoyed yourselves as well. And Amateur League is not done. If you want to see me cast, I'll be on Risen Esports 8:30 on Saturday. I have to throw a little bit of that out there. Just saying. But that is all I have, and that I do believe is all we have. Am I right, Krems?
Yep, I just want to say I did not self-promo myself shamelessly. As we are closing it out here.
But thank you to the teams, thank you to the production, thank you to everyone that has supported the league up until this point, and thank you, production, for giving us the chance to cast the finals. We will see you guys next season, and please stay safe during the holidays. It is going to be kind kind of crazy up here in the north with a winter storm on the horizon.